Before we begin tonight's story, we're here each night to help you relax, take a deep breath, and gently drift off to sleep. If these moments bring you peace, please subscribe, like this video, and turn on the notification bell. Your support allows us to continue creating new content, bringing you these calming moments every night. We'd love to hear from you. Where in the world are you listening from? Share your city, country, and the local time in the comments below. It's wonderful to think that people all around the world are falling asleep to the same story, together. Now, take a deep breath, close your eyes, and let's begin. In the hazy twilight of a late January evening in 1891, as winter's grip held firm over the mountainous region of Calabria, Italy, a child was born who would one day become one of America's most enigmatic crime figures. Francesco Castiglia entered the world in the small village of Lauropoli, nestled in the southern Italian province of Cosenza. The stone cottage where he took his first breath was modest but warm, filled with the rich aroma of his mother's bread, baking in the hearth, and the soft murmurs of family gathered to welcome the newest Castiglia. The cottage stood on a narrow, cobblestone street that wound its way up a gentle slope, offering views of the distant Mediterranean on clear days. Inside, oil lamps cast dancing shadows across whitewashed walls as Maria Castiglia cradled her newborn son, her face etched with both exhaustion and pride. His father, Luigi, a weathered man with calloused hands from years of working the unforgiving land, looked upon his son with quiet hope that perhaps Francesco might someday know a life beyond the hard-scrabble existence that had defined generations of Castiglias before him. "He has strong hands," Luigi whispered to his wife as the infant gripped his father's finger with surprising strength. "Perhaps he will build something great one day," Maria smiled tiredly. "Or perhaps he will simply be happy," she replied, kissing the downy head of her child, unaware of the complex destiny that awaited him across an ocean she had never seen. The Castiglia family lived a humble existence in Calabria, a region known for its rugged beauty, but also its crushing poverty. Francesco's early years were spent in a world defined by simple pleasures and constant struggle. The family's small home echoed with the laughter of children. Francesco had an older brother and would eventually be joined by a younger sister, but also with the worried conversations of parents trying to stretch meager resources to feed hungry mouths. As a young boy, Francesco would wake before dawn to help his father tend their small plot of land. The soil was rocky and unyielding, much like the economic prospects of the region itself. By the age of 5, he was already familiar with the weight of responsibility, carrying water from the village well and helping his mother prepare meals from whatever modest ingredients they could afford. "Watch how I crush these tomatoes, Francesco," his mother would instruct, guiding his small hands as they prepared the family sauce. Everything of value requires patience and care. These early lessons in diligence would stay with Francesco throughout his life, though they would eventually find expression in pursuits far removed from his mother's kitchen. The village school was a one-room building with cracked plaster walls and windows that rattled in the winter winds. Francesco attended sporadically, as his labor was often needed at home. When he did attend, he showed a quick mind and particular aptitude for mathematics, easily calculating sums that confounded his classmates. "The boy has a head for numbers," his teacher once told Luigi during a chance meeting in the village square. He could make something of himself with proper schooling. Luigi had merely nodded, the dream of extended education for his children as distant as the stars that hung above their village at night. In the Calabria of the late 19th century, survival took precedence over scholastic achievement. The Castiglia family, like many in southern Italy at that time, lived under the shadow of la miseria, the crushing poverty that had driven countless Italians to seek opportunity elsewhere. Stories of America filtered back to Lauropoli through letters from those who had made the journey across the Atlantic. Tales of streets paved with gold were treated with skepticism by the adults, But in young Francesco's imagination, America took on mythic proportions, a place where hard work might actually yield reward. In the evenings, after the day's labor was done, Francesco would often sit at the feet of village elders who gathered in the small piazza. There, under star-filled skies, he absorbed stories of the old ways and the new world beyond. One elderly man, who had briefly lived in New York before returning to his homeland, particularly captivated the boy's attention. In America, the old man would say, his eyes distant with memory, a man is measured not by his name or his father's standing, but by his own achievements. It is a harsh place, yes, but one where a clever man can rise. Francesco listened intently, storing away these words like precious coins. Even as a child, he possessed a certain watchfulness, observing the social hierarchies of the village and noting how influence operated in ways both obvious and subtle. He noticed how the local landowner commanded deference without raising his voice, how the priest could sway opinions with carefully chosen words, how even the village's minor criminal elements maintained a certain standing through a combination of fear and strategic generosity. The boy's quiet perceptiveness did not go unnoticed. That one sees more than he says, Francesco's grandmother once remarked to Maria as they watched the child mediating a dispute between playmates, somehow negotiating a solution that left both parties satisfied. Life in Calabria followed the rhythms of the seasons, planting in spring, tending crops through the sweltering summer, harvesting in fall, and enduring the relative scarcity of winter. For the Castiglia family, each year brought both familiar comforts and increasing worry. Luigi, despite his best efforts, could not wrest enough sustenance from their small plot to support his growing family. The political and economic situation in southern Italy offered little hope for improvement. When Francesco was around 9 years old, his father made the difficult decision that would alter the course of the family's destiny. Luigi would travel to America first, find work, save money, and then send for his family. The night he announced this plan, the cottage was unusually quiet, the children sensing the gravity of the moment, even if they couldn't fully comprehend its implications. "It will not be forever," Luigi assured his wife, as they sat at their rough-hewn table after the children had gone to bed. "A few years at most, then we will all be together in a better place." Maria wiped away tears with the corner of her apron. "And if this better place doesn't welcome us as you hope?" Luigi had no answer except faith in the stories they had heard, of opportunity across the sea. The morning of Luigi's departure was etched permanently in young Francesco's memory. Dawn had barely broken over the eastern hills when the family gathered in their small home. His father, dressed in his one good suit, looked simultaneously diminished and elevated by the gravity of his mission. Francesco watched as his parents embraced, words failing them after years of shared struggle. When it came time for Luigi to bid farewell to his children, he knelt before Francesco, placing rough hands on the boy's shoulders. "You must be the man of the house while I'm gone," he said, his voice thick with emotion. "Help your mother, watch over your brother and sister. Can you do this for me?" Francesco nodded solemnly, understanding for perhaps the first time the true weight of responsibility. "I will, Papa. I promise." Luigi pressed something into the boy's palm, a small carved wooden figure of San Francesco, the boy's namesake. "To remember who you are," Luigi said simply, before turning away to hide the tears that threatened to fall. The village turned, out to see Luigi and several other men off, a small procession winding down the dusty road toward the distant promise of the coast, where a ship would carry them toward America. Francesco stood tall beside his mother, clutching the wooden saint in his pocket, already beginning to shoulder the mantle his father had placed upon him. The months following Luigi's departure were difficult ones for the Castiglia family. Maria took on sewing work to supplement their meager income, while Francesco shouldered more responsibilities around their home and land. He grew serious beyond his years, bargaining shrewdly with village merchants for better prices on necessities, organizing his siblings' chores, and developing a reputation as a boy who could be counted on to fulfill his obligations. Letters from Luigi arrived sporadically, each one read aloud by Maria to the children gathered around their table. The America described in these letters was complex, a place of great hardship, but also genuine possibility. Luigi had found work on the docks in New York, living in cramped quarters with other Italian immigrants in an area called East Harlem. He wrote of long hours and difficult conditions, but also of steady pay and the growing sum he was saving toward their passage. "Your father writes that there are streets in New York where everyone speaks Italian," Maria told her children one night after reading Luigi's latest letter. "He says it's almost like being home, except that there is always enough food." For Francesco, these letters painted a picture of a world vastly different from the constraints of village life. He began to dream not just of reunion with his father, but of the opportunities that might await him in this new land. At night, before sleep claimed him, he would often take out the wooden saint his father had given him and whisper his hopes into the darkness. The wait for reunion stretched longer than anticipated. 1 year became 2, then nearly 3. Francesco was approaching his 12th birthday when the letter they had been waiting for finally arrived. Luigi had saved enough for their passage to America. Within weeks, Maria was selling or giving away their meager possessions, keeping only what could be carried in the few trunks and bags they would take on their journey. The village gathered once more, this time to bid farewell to the remainder of the Castiglia family. Francesco's grandmother wept openly, knowing she would likely never see her daughter or grandchildren again. Old friends pressed small gifts into their hands, a loaf of bread for the journey, a hand-knitted scarf, a small bottle of olive oil from their own trees. "Remember where you came from, Francesco," his grandmother told him as she embraced him one final time. "No matter how far you go or what you become, the blood of Calabria runs in your veins." The journey to America was an ordeal that tested the family's endurance. First came the overland travel to Naples, where they boarded a steamship bound for New York. The vessel was crowded with hundreds of other immigrants, mostly Italians, but also Greeks, Poles, and others seeking the promise of the New World. Conditions. In steerage were squalid, the air below decks thick with the smell of unwashed bodies, seasickness, and fear. Francesco, despite his youth, appointed himself protector of his mother and siblings during the crossing. He learned quickly which crew members could be approached for extra water or information, which areas of the ship offered momentary respite from the crowded conditions below, and how to secure their few possessions against theft. His quick mind and observant nature served the family well during these difficult weeks at sea. At night, when his mother and siblings slept in their narrow berths, Francesco would sometimes make his way to the ship's deck, carefully avoiding the crew members who might send him back below. There, under vast skies unmarred by the lights of civilization, he would contemplate the future that awaited them. The uncertainty was frightening but also exhilarating. In Calabria, his path had been predetermined by generations of poverty and limited opportunity. In America, perhaps different possibilities awaited. One such night, an older Italian man found Francesco at the railing, gazing out at the moonlit water. Instead of sending the boy back to steerage, he joined him in contemplation. "Of the horizon, you are traveling to meet your father?" the man asked in their native tongue. Francesco nodded, explaining their situation briefly. The man, who introduced himself as Signor Rossi, studied the boy thoughtfully. "America is not like our villages," he said after a while. "The rules are different there. A smart boy who understands how to navigate between the old ways and the new can go far." "What do you mean?" Francesco asked. Signor Rossi gestured toward the endless expanse of ocean. "In Italy, we were bound by centuries of tradition, by who our families were, by expectations we could never escape. In America, a man can reinvent himself, but," he cautioned, "this freedom comes with danger as well as opportunity." You must be careful whom you trust." These words joined the collection of observations and advice that Francesco had been gathering throughout his young life, forming the foundation of a worldview that would later serve him in ways neither he nor Signor Rossi could have imagined. After nearly 2 weeks at sea, the cry went up one morning. Land had been sighted. Passengers crowded the decks as the great silhouette of America emerged from the mist. Francesco stood with his family, his mother's hand gripping his shoulder tightly as the ship made its approach to New York Harbor. The Statue of Liberty came into view, her torch raised in greeting or warning. Francesco wasn't certain which. As they sailed past the great statue, he heard his mother whisper a prayer of thanksgiving. For the Castiglia family, like countless others, the sight of liberty enlightening the world marked the threshold between their old life and whatever awaited them in this strange new land. The processing at Ellis Island was a bewildering experience. Officials barked questions in English, which few of the immigrants understood. Children cried, separated temporarily from parents during medical examinations. Names were recorded incorrectly by harried clerks dealing with unfamiliar pronunciations. Francesco watched as Castiglia became Costello in the official ledger, a small transformation that symbolized the larger one taking place as they crossed the boundary into American society. Finally, after hours of processing, the family emerged from Ellis Island onto American soil proper. Luigi was waiting for them, thinner than Maria remembered, but with a new confidence in his bearing. The reunion was emotional, with tears and embraces that drew smiles from even the most jaded immigration officials who witnessed such scenes daily. "Welcome to America," Luigi told his family as he led them toward the ferry that would take them to Manhattan. "Our new life begins today." For young Francesco, now Frank Costello in the eyes of American law, that day in 1903 marked the end of his Italian childhood and the beginning of his American adolescence. The lessons of Calabria would remain with him, the value of family loyalty, the quiet observation of power dynamics, the patient cultivation of relationships, and the understanding that survival often depended on one's ability to adapt to changing circumstances. As the ferry carried them toward the Manhattan skyline, 12-year-old Frank stood at the railing, taking in the vastness of the city that would become his kingdom. The wooden saint his father had given him was still in his pocket, a talisman connecting him to who he had been, but his eyes were fixed firmly forward, already calculating the possibilities that this new world might offer a boy who was willing to learn its rules and eventually bend them to his advantage. The Costello family settled into a tenement apartment in Italian Harlem, joining a community of immigrants who had recreated a small piece of their homeland in this foreign city. For Frank, the transition was both jarring and exhilarating. The crowded streets of New York were a far cry from the quiet village of his birth, but they pulsed with an energy that resonated with something in his nature, a hunger for movement, for connection, for advancement that had lain dormant in the constrained circumstances of Calabria. As Frank's childhood in Italy faded into memory, the foundation it had provided, resilience, observation, and adaptability, would prove crucial for the path that lay ahead. The boy from Loropoli was about to begin his transformation into one of America's most influential underworld figures, though none could have predicted such a future, as he took his first steps on American soil, hand in hand with the family that had crossed an ocean in search of a better life. The dimly lit streets of New York's East Harlem shimmered with rain as Francesco Castiglia, now answering only to Frank Costello, stepped out into the night. The full year was 1915, and at 24 years old, Frank had already developed a reputation as a man who could solve problems quietly, efficiently, and without unnecessary violence. Unlike many of his contemporaries who believed that power flowed from the barrel of a gun, Frank understood that true influence came from connections, from knowing the right people and speaking the right words at the right time. His Italian accent had softened over the years, replaced by a distinctive rasp that would later become his trademark. The voice was low, deliberate, almost hypnotic, a voice that could persuade, cajole, or threaten with equal effectiveness. Tonight, as he walked through the rain toward a small social club where he knew certain opportunities awaited, Frank contemplated the path that had led him here from his humble beginnings as an immigrant boy. The transition from petty street crime to organized racketeering had been gradual but purposeful. While other young toughs were content with small-time robberies and extortion, Frank had always looked at the bigger picture. He had studied the power structures of the city, observed how money flowed, and identified the weak points where a clever man might insert himself. The social club was warm and filled with tobacco smoke when Frank entered. Men played cards at small tables, while others engaged in hushed conversations in corners. Frank nodded to several acquaintances as he made his way to a back room where Zero Terranova, known as the Artichoke King for his monopoly on the vegetables distribution in New York, was waiting. "Frankie," Terranova said with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "You're late." "The rain," Frank replied simply, taking a seat across from the older man. He accepted the glass of whiskey offered to him, but merely held it, never one to cloud his judgment with alcohol when business was being discussed. "I have a proposition," Terranova began, leaning forward. "There's money to be made in the gambling. Houses uptown. Protection money. But we need someone with a delicate touch, someone who can convince without alarming." Frank nodded slowly. "I understand the business. I can talk to people." "Talk, yes," Terranova chuckled. "You've always been good with words, Frankie. But sometimes words aren't enough." "Violence is inefficient," Frank replied, his raspy voice barely above a whisper. "It attracts attention, disrupts cash flow. There are better ways." This philosophy would become central to Frank's approach to crime throughout his career. While he wasn't above using force when necessary, he preferred to build networks of influence, to find mutual interests, to make offers that benefited all parties involved, or at least appeared to do so. In those early years, Frank began to cultivate relationships not just with other criminals, but with politicians, police officers, judges, and businessmen. He understood that the line between legitimate and illegitimate power in America was often blurry, and he exploited that ambiguity masterfully. By 1916, Frank had formed a crucial alliance with another ambitious young gangster named Charles "Lucky" Luciano. Despite their different backgrounds, Luciano was Sicilian while Costello was Calabrian. They recognized in each other a similar vision for the future of organized crime: less street violence, more corporate structure. "The old ways are finished, Frank," Luciano told him one evening as they sat in a quiet speakeasy on the Lower East Side. The Prohibition era was still a few years away, but both men could see the opportunity on the horizon. "All this Black Hand nonsense, the vendettas, the honor killings, it's bad for business." Frank nodded, sipping his water while Luciano drank bourbon. "The Americans have taught us something valuable," he replied. "Business is business. Personal feelings only get in the way." Their partnership would prove formidable in the coming years, but in these early days, they were still feeling their way, testing boundaries and establishing their reputations. Frank focused on building his gambling operations, running card games, and developing the connections that would later allow him to control much of New York's illegal gambling. One of Frank's most significant early innovations was his approach to law enforcement. Rather than viewing police as enemies to be fought or killed, he saw them as potential partners in his enterprises. By 1917, he had several officers on his payroll, not just for protection, but for information. "The key is to make them feel respected," he explained to a young associate who questioned the expense of these bribes. "A man who feels respected will do more for you than a man who feels threatened. And a police officer who takes your money once will take it again and again because now he's part of your world." This pragmatic approach extended to his personal life as well. In 1918, Frank married Loretta Geigerman, a Jewish woman, an unusual choice for an Italian gangster of that era. But Frank had never been constrained by traditional boundaries. He saw in Loretta an intelligence and dignity that complemented his own ambitions. Unlike the wives of many of his associates, Loretta was never kept in the dark about Frank's activities, though he spared her the more unsavory details. "I want to build something that lasts," he told her on their wedding night, as they stood in the modest apartment he had secured for them on the Upper East Side. "Not just money, but respect. A name that means something." Loretta touched his face. Gently. "Just remember who you are, Francesco, behind all the plans and schemes." Frank smiled, one of his rare, genuine smiles. "With you, I never forget." As the decade progressed and the United States entered World War I, Frank saw new opportunities amidst the chaos. While many young men were being drafted to fight overseas, Frank managed to avoid military service, instead focusing on expanding his criminal enterprises. The war created shortages and new demands, and Frank was quick to position himself to profit from both. By 1919, with the passage of the Volstead Act and the beginning of Prohibition just months away, Frank was already laying the groundwork for what would become one of the most lucrative criminal enterprises in American history: bootlegging. He had established connections with distilleries in Canada, arranged for storage facilities throughout New York, and most importantly, secured the cooperation of key officials who would look the other way as alcohol flowed into the city. "Prohibition is a gift," he told Luciano as they finalized their plans. "The government has just handed us a monopoly on something everyone wants," Luciano grinned, "and they'll keep wanting it, no matter what the law says." The early days of Prohibition were chaotic, with various gangs fighting for territory and control, but Frank navigated these waters with characteristic caution and strategic thinking. Rather than engaging in bloody street battles, he focused on building a sophisticated distribution network and establishing relationships with legitimate businesses that could serve as fronts for his operations. One of Frank's most valuable skills during this period was his ability to mediate disputes between rival gangsters. His calm demeanor and reputation for fairness made him a natural peacemaker in a world where conflicts were typically resolved with violence. In the spring of 1920, Frank was called to a meeting at a neutral location to help settle a territorial dispute between two powerful bootleggers whose conflict threatened to erupt into a full-scale gang war. The tension in the room was palpable as Frank entered, nodding respectfully to both men. "Gentlemen," he began, his raspy voice commanding, attention despite its softness. "We have a problem that needs solving, but first let's be clear about what we all want. We want to make money, we want to operate without interference, and we want to avoid attracting attention from the federal authorities, yes?" Both men nodded. "Grudgingly. Then fighting each other serves none of these goals," Frank continued. "The territory in question is large enough to accommodate both operations if we're smart about it. I propose a division that gives each of you access to the customers you've already developed, while establishing clear boundaries to prevent future misunderstandings." For the next hour, Frank outlined a detailed plan that addressed the concerns of both parties. By the end of the meeting, a potential bloodbath had been averted, and Frank's reputation as a problem solver had been further enhanced. This ability to find common ground and create workable compromises would serve Frank well as he continued his ascent in the criminal underworld. It also caught the attention of one of the most powerful gangsters in New York, Arnold Rothstein. Rothstein, known as the Brain for his intellectual approach to crime, saw in Frank a kindred spirit. Both men preferred strategy to brute force, and both understood the value of diversification. Under Rothstein's mentorship, Frank expanded his operations beyond bootlegging and gambling to include loan sharking and labor racketeering. "The secret," Rothstein told Frank during one of their regular meetings at Lindy's restaurant in Midtown, "is to make yourself indispensable, not just to other criminals, but to legitimate businessmen, to politicians, to everyone who matters. When they need something done, something they can't do themselves because of laws or morals or whatever, they come to you. And that's real power." Frank absorbed these lessons eagerly. By 1922, he had established himself as one of Rothstein's most trusted lieutenants, often serving as an intermediary between the Jewish gangster and the Italian criminal organizations that were becoming increasingly structured under the leadership of men like Luciano, Meyer Lansky, and Frank's childhood friend, Charlie Three-Finger Brown Lucania. It was during this period that Frank began to develop his political connections in earnest. He understood that protection from law enforcement required more than just bribing beat cops. It required influence at the highest levels of government. Frank became a generous contributor to political campaigns, particularly those of Tammany, all Democrats who controlled much of New York's political machinery. One evening in 1923, Frank attended a fundraising dinner for a promising young politician named Jimmy Hines. After the formal proceedings, Frank approached Hines with a friendly smile and an envelope. "Mr. Hines," Frank said quietly, "I've been following your career with interest. I believe you have a bright future and I'd like to support your ambitions." Hines glanced at the envelope, but didn't take it immediately. "And what would you expect?" "In return, Mr. Costello," Frank shrugged slightly. "Nothing specific, just the knowledge that when issues arise affecting my business interests, you'll give them fair consideration. I'm a businessman, Mr. Hines. All I want is a level playing field." This was Frank's genius, his ability to present himself not as a gangster, but as a businessman operating outside conventional boundaries. He never asked politicians to do anything overtly illegal. He merely sought their understanding and occasional intervention in matters that might affect his operations. By the mid-1920s, Frank had established himself as a power broker in New York's criminal underworld and political scene. His gambling operations were thriving, his bootlegging business was generating enormous profits, and his network of influence extended into every corner of the city's power structure. Yet despite his success, Frank maintained a relatively low profile compared to more flamboyant gangsters of the era. He dressed conservatively, lived modestly, though comfortably, and avoided the spotlight whenever possible. This discretion was not merely a personal preference, it was a strategic choice that helped him avoid the scrutiny that often led to the downfall of his more ostentatious peers. "The loudest voice in the room is rarely the most powerful," he once advised a young associate who had begun to attract attention with his expensive clothes and flashy lifestyle. True power doesn't need to announce itself. As the decade progressed and Frank's influence grew, he began to envision a new kind of criminal organization, one that operated more like a corporation than a street gang, with clear divisions of responsibility, dispute resolution mechanisms, and strategic planning. This vision, shared by Luciano and others of their generation, would eventually lead to the formation of what would later be called the Commission, a governing body for organized crime in America. But in these early years, such formalized structures were still in the future. For now, Frank was content to build his empire methodically. One connection at a time, one business at a time, always with an eye toward the long game. As 1925 drew to a close and Frank prepared to enter the next phase of his criminal career, he stood on the roof of his apartment building, looking out over the glittering lights of Manhattan. The city that had once seemed so overwhelming to a young immigrant boy now lay at his feet, a complex web of opportunities and challenges that he navigated with increasing skill. "New York," he whispered to himself, his breath visible in the cold winter air. "What a beautiful racket." The stage was set for Frank Costello's rise to the heights of power in American organized crime, a journey that would see him become one of the most influential and controversial figures of his era. But that was still to come. For now, in these formative years, Frank was laying the groundwork, building the relationships, and refining the methods that would define his criminal career. And as he often told those close to him, "In our business, the foundation matters more than the facade. Build it right, and it will stand against any storm." The air in Manhattan felt different during the Prohibition era, thicker somehow, laden with opportunity and danger in equal measure. For Francesco Castiglia, now known to everyone as Frank Costello, the city had transformed into a chessboard, and he was quickly learning to play the game better than most. The year was 1920, and while many Americans viewed the 18th Amendment as a moral victory, Frank saw it as something else entirely: the business opportunity of a lifetime. Frank stood by the window of his modest office on the Lower East Side, watching rain streak down the glass. At 40 years old, his face had grown more refined. The sharp features of his youth softened slightly by prosperity and careful living. Unlike many of his associates, Frank rarely raised his voice or brandished weapons. His power came from something far more valuable: an innate understanding of human nature and a gift for conversation that could make even his enemies feel like confidants. "They've handed us a golden ticket, Charlie," Frank said quietly to his associate Charlie Luciano, who lounged in a leather chair across the room. "Prohibition is the biggest gift the government could have given us." Luciano, younger and more volatile, smirked. "A gift wrapped in bullets, maybe." "That's short-sighted thinking," Frank replied, turning from the window. "This isn't just about bootlegging. It's about building something that lasts. Something legitimate." Eventually, the rain continued to fall as Frank outlined his vision: a network of speakeasies, distribution channels disguised as ordinary businesses, and most importantly, relationships with politicians and judges who could ensure protection. While other gangsters saw only the immediate profits from illegal alcohol, Frank was carefully constructing the foundation for an empire. Frank's approach to rising in the criminal hierarchy differed significantly from his contemporaries. While men like Al Capone built their reputations on brutality and public displays of power, Frank cultivated a different image. He dressed impeccably, in tailored suits, spoke softly, and made it a point to be seen in the company of respected businessmen and politicians rather than known criminals. "Mr. Costello, the mayor's office called again," his secretary informed him one crisp autumn morning in 1922. "They're confirming your attendance at tomorrow's charity gala." Frank nodded, adjusting his silk tie. "Make sure we donate generously." "Double whatever we gave last year?" His driver, a burly man named Eddie, raised an eyebrow. "That's a lot of dough for some fancy dinner, boss." Frank smiled patiently. "The dinner costs pennies, Eddie. It's the conversations that are priceless." The following evening, Frank moved effortlessly through the crowd at the Plaza Hotel, shaking hands with judges, commissioners, and businessmen. He rarely discussed business directly. Instead, he asked about families, remembered birthdays, offered condolences for losses, and congratulations for achievements. Each interaction was an investment, carefully deposited into an account he might need to withdraw from someday. "Frank, good to see you," called Judge Joseph Crater, a powerful figure in the New York judiciary. "That little matter we discussed, consider it resolved." Frank simply nodded and smiled warmly. "I appreciate that, Joseph. How's Margaret? I heard she's been unwell." "Much better now. Your flowers were thoughtful. The least I could do. Now, tell me, have you met Commissioner Wilson? I think you two would have much to discuss." And so it went, connections being forged and strengthened, a web of influence spreading outward from Frank at its center, while his competitors fought over territory with guns and threats. Frank was conquering New York with handshakes and favors. By 1923, Frank had established himself as a key figure in what was becoming known as the Luciano crime family, though the structure was still fluid. His particular talent lay in managing the complex relationship between the criminal underworld and the political establishment. "We need to streamline operations," Frank explained, during a meeting in the back room of a restaurant he owned in Little Italy. Around the table sat Charlie Luciano, Meyer Lansky, and several other rising figures in organized crime. "Too many independent operators causing problems, drawing heat. We need organization." Lansky, always the analytical mind, nodded in agreement. "The Irish gangs in Boston have the same issue. Chaos is bad for profits." "It's more than profits," Frank replied. his voice carrying the slight rasp that had become more pronounced with age. "It's about sustainability. The police can't ignore bloodshed in the streets, but quiet, orderly business that they can learn to live with." Charlie Luciano leaned forward. "So what are you suggesting, Frank?" "I'm suggesting we create a system. Territories clearly defined. Disputes settled through negotiation, not guns. And most importantly, we establish relationships with the right people in government." "Bribes, you mean?" one of the younger men said with a smirk. Frank shook his head slowly. "No, bribes are for amateurs. I'm talking about partnerships, mutual interest. We provide services, campaign contributions, voter turnout, solving problems that the law can't touch, and in return, we get protection and information." The concept wasn't entirely new, but Frank's systematic approach to political corruption represented a significant evolution in organized crime. While others saw politicians as obstacles or targets for simple bribery, Frank understood that true power came from becoming an essential part of the political machinery itself. One of Frank's most significant moves during this period was his investment in gambling operations. While bootlegging provided immediate profits, Frank recognized that prohibition wouldn't last forever. Gambling, however, would always attract those seeking fortune or escape. In the summer of 1924, Frank stood in an empty warehouse in Manhattan, gesturing to the vast space around him. "This will be the largest casino operation in New York," he explained to Meyer Lansky, who had become one of his closest allies. "Not just slot machines and card tables, something elegant, something that attracts the right kind of clientele." Lansky walked the perimeter, his mind already calculating costs and potential profits. "The startup investment will be substantial, and so will the returns," Frank countered. "More importantly, it gives us legitimacy. A businessman who owns entertainment venues is viewed differently than a bootlegger." "And the police?" Lansky asked pragmatically. Frank smiled. "Already arranged. Commissioner Davis understands the arrangement. His pension fund will be receiving regular anonymous donations." Within months, the empty warehouse had been transformed into the Crescent Club, a lavish gambling establishment that catered to wealthy New Yorkers seeking excitement away from the prying eyes of society. Unlike the rough speakeasies that dotted the city, the Crescent featured crystal chandeliers, professional dealers in tuxedos, and a strict dress code. More importantly, it never faced police raids or harassment. The success of the Crescent led to similar operations throughout the city, each protected by Frank's growing network of political connections. While his competitors fought over alcohol, distribution routes, Frank was quietly building a gambling empire that would outlast prohibition. Frank's political connections extended beyond local precincts and city officials. By 1925, he had established relationships with state legislators and even certain federal officials. His approach was always the same: identify ambitious men who needed financial support and voters, provide both, and collect the debt through influence and protection. "I don't understand why you waste so much time with these politicians," complained Vito Genovese, another rising figure in the organization, during a late-night meeting. "They're unreliable. They say one thing, do another." Frank regarded Vito with patience. The younger man was brilliant in many ways but lacked subtlety. "Politicians are like anyone else, Vito. They respond to incentives. The trick is understanding what they truly want." "Money," Vito said dismissively. "Sometimes," Frank conceded, "but often it's more complex. Some want power, others want respect. Many just want security for their families. Once you understand what drives a man, you can form a lasting bond." This philosophy guided Frank's approach to expanding his influence. Rather than demanding immediate favors in return for contributions, he built relationships over time, offering assistance and support with seemingly no strings attached. Only later, when a politician was firmly in his debt, would Frank call in favors. One of his most valuable political relationships was with Jimmy Hines, a powerful Tammany Hall leader who controlled significant voting blocks in Manhattan. Their partnership began innocuously enough. Frank made a generous donation to Heinz's favorite charity and invited him to dinner. "I admire what you've done for the community, Jimmy," Frank said, as they dined at an exclusive restaurant overlooking Central Park. Not many politicians remember where they came from. Heinz, flattered by the attention from a man known for his business acumen, warmed to the conversation. "It's getting harder. The reformers are gaining ground, talking about cleaning up the city." Frank nodded sympathetically. "Reform is just another word for changing who profits. But I believe men like you, who understand the real needs of the people, should remain in positions of influence." By the end of the evening, no explicit arrangements had been made, but a connection had been established. Over the following months, Frank provided Heinz with both financial support and the ability to deliver votes from neighborhoods where Frank's influence was strong. In return, Heinz ensured that certain policies and appointments favorable to Frank's interests were prioritized. As Frank's power grew, so did the complexity of his organization. By 1926, he had established a network of legal businesses that served as fronts for his illegal operations, but also generated legitimate income. Real estate holdings, restaurants, and import companies created a veneer of respectability while providing mechanisms for laundering the profits from bootlegging and gambling. "The key to longevity in our line of work," Frank explained to a group of associates one evening, "is diversification. The authorities can shut down a speakeasy or intercept a shipment, but they can't touch a properly structured business empire." This philosophy extended to his approach to violence as well. Unlike many of his contemporaries who resorted to intimidation and murder as primary tools, Frank saw violence as a last resort, not out of moral considerations, but practical ones. "Violence creates attention," he often said. "Attention creates pressure. Pressure leads to investigations, and investigations are bad for business." Instead, Frank preferred to resolve conflicts through negotiation and compromise. When disputes arose between rival operations, he often served as mediator, earning respect for his fairness and clear thinking. This reputation as a reasonable man further enhanced his standing with legitimate business figures and politicians who might otherwise have avoided association with known criminals. One notable example occurred in early 1927 when a territorial dispute between Italian and Irish gangs threatened to erupt into open warfare in Hell's Kitchen. Rather than taking sides or allowing the conflict to escalate, Frank organized a meeting between the leaders at a neutral location, a private dining room at one of his restaurants. "Gentlemen," he began, addressing the tense gathering, "I understand. Both sides feel they've been wronged. But before we discuss grievances, let's consider the cost of conflict." For the next hour, Frank methodically outlined how a gang war would attract police attention, disrupt business for everyone, and potentially lead to arrests and convictions. Then, with the patience of a diplomat, he helped negotiate a compromise that divided the disputed territory and established rules for future expansion. "Frank could have sold ice to Eskimos," one Irish gang leader remarked afterward. "He makes you feel like you're getting exactly what you wanted, even when you're compromising." By late 1927, Frank Costello had transformed himself from a simple bootlegger into one of the most influential figures in New York's Underworld. His gambling operations generated millions in profit. His political connections provided protection from serious legal consequences, and his reputation as a businessman rather than a gangster allowed him to move freely in social circles that would have been closed to more notorious criminals. One cool autumn evening, Frank sat in his favorite chair in his Manhattan apartment, reviewing financial reports from his various enterprises. The room was tastefully decorated, expensive but not ostentatious, reflecting his desire to be seen as a man of refinement rather than a flashy nouveau riche figure. A knock at the door interrupted his concentration. His bodyguard entered, followed by Charlie Luciano. "Charlie," Frank greeted him warmly, setting aside his papers. "I wasn't expecting you tonight." Luciano looked uncharacteristically serious. "We need to talk, Frank, about the future." Frank gestured to a chair. "Of course. What's on your mind?" "Things are changing," Luciano began, accepting a glass of whiskey from Frank's personal stock, real Scotch, imported despite prohibition. "Masseria is getting greedy. Maranzano is building his own army. There's going to be a reckoning soon," Frank nodded slowly. The tension between the old-school Sicilian bosses Joe Masseria and Salvatore Maranzano had been building for months, threatening the relative stability of New York's criminal landscape. "And where do you stand in this coming conflict?" Frank asked carefully. Luciano leaned forward, lowering his voice despite the privacy of the apartment. "I'm thinking bigger than just taking sides, Frank. I'm thinking it might be time for a new approach, a new structure, something more modern." Frank studied his young associate's face, recognizing the ambition and intelligence that had always set Charlie apart. "You have my attention." As the night deepened outside the windows of Frank's apartment, the two men discussed a vision that would eventually transform American organized crime, a national syndicate that operated more like a corporation than a traditional mafia family. Frank's political connections and business acumen would be essential to this new order, positioning him to reach heights of power that few criminals had ever achieved. The rain had stopped by the time Luciano left, and Frank returned to his chair by the window, looking out at the glittering lights of Manhattan. He had come a long way from the streets of East Harlem, but he knew the most significant chapters of his story were yet to be written. The coming years would test his skills, his connections, and his vision in ways he could not yet imagine. He sipped his whiskey. Frank Costello allowed himself a small smile. The board was set, the pieces were in motion, and he was positioned perfectly for the next phase of his remarkable ascent. The summer heat lingered in New York City like an unwelcome guest, making the air thick and stifling even as evening approached. In a dimly lit back room of a Manhattan speakeasy, Frank Costello sat across from Lucky Luciano, both men nursing glasses of imported whiskey that had made its way through their elaborate smuggling network. The Prohibition era had transformed them from small-time criminals into businessmen of a different sort, and tonight they were discussing expansion. "Frank," Luciano said, his voice low but clear, "you've got something most of the other guys don't have. You know how to talk to people, not just our kind, but the suits, the judges, the politicians." He tapped his finger on the polished wood table. "That's why I think you should be the one to handle our friends at City Hall." Costello nodded, taking a measured sip of his drink. By 1925, he had cultivated a persona far removed from the rough-edged youth who had arrived in America 2 decades earlier. His suits were tailored, his manner refined, and his voice, still carrying that distinctive rasp, had become one of his most valuable assets. It was a voice that inspired confidence, that could persuade and negotiate where threats might fail. "I've been thinking the same thing," Frank replied, straightening his silk tie. "The old ways, the strong-arm tactics, the obvious threats, they work in certain circles, but not with everyone. Some people need to feel like they're making a business deal, not being shaken down." Luciano smiled, recognizing the wisdom in Costello's approach. This was why their partnership worked so well. Where Luciano understood power and force, Costello understood influence and persuasion. Together, they were reshaping the underworld into something more sophisticated, more corporate. As they continued their discussion late into the night, mapping out territories and alliances, neither man could have fully predicted just how successful their new model would become. The crime families were evolving, and Frank Costello was positioning himself at the center of this transformation. The following morning, Frank Costello strolled through Central Park, breathing in the fresh air that offered temporary respite from the city's oppressive summer heat. He had arranged to meet Judge Joseph Crater, a man whose influence in the New York court system made him a valuable connection. As they walked side by side along the winding paths, their conversation might have seemed ordinary to any passerby. Two well-dressed gentlemen discussing civic matters, perhaps. The problem with the current administration, Costello was saying, his voice thoughtful and measured, is that they don't understand the realities of city life. People want certain services, certain entertainments. Prohibition hasn't stopped that. It's just driven it underground and made it more dangerous. Judge Crater nodded, his expression serious. There's truth in what you say, Mr. Costello. The law as written and the law as practiced have always had a gap between them. That's the space where judgment comes in. And that's why men of judgment, like yourself, are so important, Costello replied smoothly. All we're trying to do is provide what people want, in a controlled, safe environment. When the police raid the wrong establishments, it disrupts that safety. The judge understood the implication. In the complex ecosystem of Prohibition era, New York, selective enforcement wasn't just corruption, it was a form of unofficial regulation. By the time they parted ways an hour later, an understanding had been reached. Certain speakeasies would face less scrutiny, and in return substantial donations would find their way to the judge's preferred charitable organizations and political campaigns. This was Frank Costello's genius. He didn't bribe, he built relationships. He didn't threaten, he created mutual benefit. And as he made his way back to his office on the Lower East Side, he reflected on how far he had come from the desperate young immigrant who had once picked pockets to survive. By 1926, the criminal enterprises under Luciano and Costello's influence had diversified well beyond bootlegging. Gambling operations, loan sharking, and protection rackets formed a complex network of revenue streams, but it was their political connections that truly set them apart from their predecessors. On a crisp autumn evening, Costello hosted a dinner party at a discreet restaurant owned by a cousin of Meyer Lansky. The guest list included 2 state senators, a federal prosecutor known for his flexible interpretation of the law, and several businessmen who straddled the line between legitimate enterprise and organized crime. "Gentlemen," Costello said, raising his glass once the main course had been cleared, "I'd like to thank you all for coming tonight. In these difficult times, it's important that men of influence come together to ensure that our great city continues to thrive." The conversation that followed was a masterclass in indirect communication. No explicit deals were made, no overt requests for illegal favors were voiced. Instead, Costello spoke of community interests, of the need for practical approaches to law enforcement, of the economic benefits that came from certain businesses operating without excessive interference. One of the senators, slightly flushed from the excellent wine, leaned toward Costello. "Frank, I've been meaning to tell you, that situation with the licensing board that we discussed last month, it's been resolved to everyone's satisfaction." Costello nodded appreciatively. "I'm glad to hear it. These bureaucratic misunderstandings can be so troublesome when they're allowed to drag on." By the time the evening concluded, several mutually beneficial arrangements had been solidified, all without a single explicit mention of anything illegal. This was the new face of organized crime that Costello was helping to create, one that operated in the shadows between legitimacy and lawlessness, leveraging influence rather than violence whenever possible. The year 1928 brought significant changes to the structure of organized crime in New York. The older generation of crime bosses, many still clinging to old-world traditions and methods, found themselves increasingly at odds with the more modern, business-oriented approach championed by Luciano Lansky and Costello. In a suite at the Waldorf Astoria, Costello met with Salvatore Maranzano, an old-school Sicilian boss who had recently arrived in America with ambitions to control the Italian-American criminal organizations. "You understand, Mr. Costello," Maranzano said in heavily accented English. "Tradition is important. Structure, hierarchy, respect for the old ways, these things have kept our people strong for generations." Costello, ever diplomatic, nodded respectfully. "Tradition has its place, Don Maranzano. But America is different from Sicily. Here the opportunities are greater, but so are the challenges. We need to adapt." "Adapt?" Maranzano's voice carried a note of disdain. "You mean work with Jews, with Irish? Abandon the ways that have protected our interests?" "I mean recognize that power in America comes in many forms," Costello replied calmly. "Money, yes. Muscle, yes. But also influence, connections, the ability to move between worlds, the legitimate and the alternative." The meeting ended without resolution, both men understanding that their visions for the future of organized crime were fundamentally incompatible. As Costello later related to Luciano, it was becoming clear that a conflict between the old guard and the new was inevitable. "They don't see what we see, Lucky," Costello explained as they shared a late-night drink. "They think control comes from fear alone. They don't understand that real power comes from making yourself useful, even necessary to everyone, from the guy on the street corner all the way up to the mayor's office." Luciano nodded grimly. "Sooner or later, something's gotta give, and when it does, we need to be ready." That conversation would prove prophetic. The tensions between the traditional Mafia factions and the more progressive criminal alliance were building toward what would later be known as the Castellamarese War, a bloody conflict that would reshape the landscape of American organized crime and position Frank Costello even more centrally within it. The stock market crash of 1929 and the ensuing economic depression created both challenges and opportunities for Costello's operations. While some illegal enterprises suffered as Americans had less disposable income, others, particularly gambling and loan sharking, saw increased demand as desperate people sought both escape and financial solutions. In December of that year, Costello convened a meeting at one of his clubs in Greenwich Village. The gathering included not just his criminal associates, but also several bankers and Wall Street figures who had maintained their wealth despite the crash. "These are extraordinary times," Costello told the assembled group, his raspy voice carrying easily across the private room. "Many businesses are failing, many families are suffering. But in crisis, there is always opportunity for those with the vision to see it and the courage to seize it." He outlined a plan to acquire distressed properties and businesses throughout the city, legitimate investments that could serve both as money laundering vehicles and as genuine sources of income. The financial professionals in attendance would provide the expertise and the front, while Costello and his associates would provide the capital, cash that the banking system in its current fragile state would not question too closely. "What you're suggesting," said a silver-haired investment banker, "is essentially a private equity operation, Mr. Costello, perfectly legal, if somewhat unconventional in its funding." "Exactly," Costello replied with a small smile. "America is rebuilding itself. We're simply helping that process along while ensuring our own interests are protected." By the early 1930s, this strategy had significantly expanded Costello's legitimate holdings, further blurring the line between his criminal activities and his business ventures. He owned shares in construction companies, importing businesses, restaurants and real estate developments. Each legitimate enterprise served multiple purposes, laundering illegal profits, providing employment for associates, and creating connections with legitimate business leaders. As the Castellamarese War intensified in 1930 and 1931, Costello maintained a careful position. While firmly allied with Luciano, he avoided direct involvement in the violence, instead focusing on maintaining and strengthening his political connections that would prove invaluable regardless of which faction emerged victorious. On a rainy April evening in 1931, Costello sat in the back room of a Manhattan restaurant with a prominent city councilman. The politician, a portly man with perpetually damp palms, fidgeted nervously. "Frank, I've been hearing things," he said, voice barely above a whisper despite the privacy of their location. "Bad things. They're saying there's going to be a cleaning of house in your line of work. Big names going down." Costello remained impassive, taking a slow sip of his espresso. "People always talk, especially when they don't know what they're talking about." "This isn't just talk," the councilman insisted. The police commissioner himself mentioned something at the mayor's fundraiser last week. Said a big operation was coming, targeting the top guys in the Italian gangs. This was valuable information, and Costello knew exactly what to do with it. "I appreciate your concern," he said, sliding an envelope across the table. "For your re-election campaign. And perhaps you could find out more about this operation? The specific dates, targets? It would be a shame if innocent businessmen were caught up in some overzealous police action." The councilman nodded, quickly tucking the envelope into his jacket. "I'll see what I can find out. For a friend like you, Frank, I'll make some discreet inquiries." This exchange exemplified Costello's approach during this turbulent period. While others fought with guns and bombs, he fought with information and influence. And when the dust settled after what would later be known as the Night of the Sicilian Vespers, when Luciano orchestrated the elimination of the old guard bosses, Costello emerged not just unscathed, but strengthened, his network of political connections intact and more valuable than ever. The end of Prohibition in 1933 marked a turning point for organized crime in America. Many criminal organizations that had built their power on bootlegging struggled to adapt, but Costello, with his diversified interests and political connections, was perfectly positioned for the transition. In the summer of 1933, as repeal became increasingly certain, Costello gathered his closest associates at his Long Island estate. The property, with its manicured gardens and view of the Sound, reflected his success and his aspirations toward respectability. "Prohibition gave us an opportunity," he told the assembled men, who sat in comfortable leather chairs on his expansive patio. "It showed us that Americans will always want what the government tells them they can't have. That lesson doesn't end with liquor." He outlined his vision for the future: expanded gambling operations, including high-end casinos that would attract wealthy patrons, continued infiltration of labor unions, which provided both legitimate power and opportunities for profitable corruption, and increased investment in legal businesses, particularly those that could interface with their illegal operations. The key, Costello emphasized, is legitimacy. Not just the appearance of it, but actual stakes in the legitimate world. Real businesses, real jobs, real political influence. That's how we secure our position for the long term. Meyer Lansky, always the financial brain of their operations, nodded in agreement. "We've already started moving in this direction with some of our gambling operations down in Florida and Cuba. The model works: luxury, exclusivity, and enough legitimate business to satisfy any curious authorities." As the meeting concluded and his associates departed, Costello stood alone on his patio, looking out over the water. He had come so far from his humble beginnings, yet he knew that the real work of transformation, of himself, of his organizations, of the very nature of American organized crime, was just beginning. By the mid-1930s, Frank Costello had completed his evolution from street criminal to underworld statesman. His influence extended from the darkest corners of the criminal world to the highest offices of political power. He had helped reshape organized crime into something more sophisticated, more corporate, and ultimately more pervasive than it had ever been before. And as the country struggled to emerge from the Great Depression, as new forms of entertainment and vice replaced those of the Prohibition era, Costello stood ready to adapt once again, to find new opportunities in changing circumstances, to build new alliances, and to further cement his position as one of the most powerful and influential crime figures in American history. In the twilight of that summer evening, as lights began to appear along the distant shoreline, Costello might have reflected on the irony of his success, that in pursuing the American dream through illegitimate means, he had somehow embodied its promise of reinvention and achievement. The poor immigrant boy from Calabria had indeed made something of himself in the land of opportunity, just not in the way anyone might have expected. In the dimness of a Manhattan evening, the air heavy with cigar smoke and whispered secrets, Frank Costello sat in his favorite leather chair at the Waldorf Astoria. The soft glow of Art Deco lamps cast shadows across his contemplative face as he sipped his customary scotch, neat. At 56 years old, Frank had achieved what few immigrants could dream of. He had become one of the most powerful men in America, yet his name rarely appeared in newspapers, unlike his more flamboyant contemporaries. "Mr. Prime Minister," a waiter said softly, approaching with deference, "your guests have arrived." Costello nodded almost imperceptibly. He preferred this title to any reference of his underworld connections. The Prime Minister of the Underworld, a name that acknowledged both his power and his diplomatic approach to leadership. The 1940s marked the zenith of Frank Costello's influence, an era when his shadow stretched from the docks of New York Harbor to the marbled halls of Tammany Hall, from the neon-lit casinos of Havana to the corridors of Washington, D.C. Unlike the brutal reign of his predecessors, Costello's domain was built on subtlety and strategic relationships, a crime empire disguised as a business network, violence replaced with negotiation, threats substituted with favors. "Good evening, gentlemen," Costello greeted the three men who entered his suite, a judge, a police commissioner, and a state senator. His voice carried that distinctive rasp, a gravelly whisper that forced people to lean in to hear him, drawing them into his orbit. "I appreciate you making time for our little discussion." The meeting proceeded like countless others in Costello's daily routine. No explicit mentions of favors or bribes, just the careful cultivation of relationships that made his invisible empire possible. By this point in his career, Frank had mastered the art of legitimate appearance. His official job title was real estate investor and gambler, and he paid taxes on substantial declared income. The IRS might suspect there was more to his wealth, but proving it was another matter entirely. Earlier that day, Costello had visited his slot machine warehouse in the Bronx. Thousands of machines stood in neat rows, awaiting deployment to bars, restaurants and clubs across the city. This legal business, at least in some jurisdictions, generated millions annually. What went unspoken was how these machines found their way into establishments, how owners who refused them often faced mysterious difficulties with health inspectors or liquor licenses, and how the revenue streams were carefully managed to obscure their true volume. "The new models are arriving next month," his operations manager had informed him. "They'll increase our take by 15%. Costello had nodded, running his hand along one of the machines. "Make sure the payouts stay fair, enough that people keep playing. We're not in the business of stealing. We're providing entertainment." This philosophy distinguished Costello from many of his peers. He understood that sustainable profit required a degree of fairness, that exploitation had limits before it, triggered backlash. This wasn't morality, it was pragmatic business sense. Back in his suite as the meeting concluded and the officials departed, Meyer Lansky arrived through a private entrance. Their friendship, forged decades earlier on the streets of the Lower East Side, remained one of the few constants in Costello's life. Unlike the performative respect he received from subordinates and the calculated deference from politicians, with Lansky, Costello could simply be frank. "How's the casino situation in Havana?" Costello asked, as they settled into comfortable chairs by the window, the glittering Manhattan skyline spread before them. Lansky's eyes lit up. "Better than expected. Batista is fully cooperative. The Hotel National Casino will break ground next month. Between that and our operations in Vegas, we're establishing legitimate footholds that no prosecutor can touch." Costello nodded thoughtfully. "Legitimate is the future, Meyer. The days of prohibition windfalls are over. We need to transition more of our interests into businesses that can operate in the open." "Speaking of legitimate," Lansky said, his tone shifting slightly, "your political connections are getting noticed. Dewey's investigators have been asking questions. Thomas Dewey, the crusading prosecutor who had taken down Lucky Luciano, remained a persistent threat. Unlike many officials who could be influenced or intimidated, Dewey's ambitions for higher office made him dangerous. He needed high-profile convictions more than he needed friends or money." "Let them ask," Costello replied with calculated calm. I'm a businessman who knows people in politics. That's the American way, isn't it? This outward confidence masked growing concerns. Frank understood that his power rested on perception as much as reality. The moment he appeared vulnerable, the carefully constructed edifice of relationships and influence would begin to crumble. Weakness was unacceptable, particularly with ambitious underbosses like Vito Genovese watching from the shadows, waiting for any opportunity. The following morning, Costello's routine began as it always did, with information. Before most New Yorkers had their morning coffee, Frank had received reports from key contacts in the police department, updates from his various business managers, and a briefing on relevant political developments. Information was currency in his world, often more valuable than money. At his midtown office, a legitimate business front with a secretary and filing cabinets, Costello reviewed the financial reports from his numerous investments. His portfolio included significant stakes in real estate, trucking companies, garment manufacturers, and import businesses. Some were entirely legitimate, others served dual purposes, but all provided the appearance of a successful businessman's life. "Mr. Costello," his secretary interrupted, "Governor Dewey's office called again about the charity dinner next month. They're requesting confirmation of your attendance." Frank allowed himself a small smile. The political dance was always delicate. The same man who had investigated him now invited him to fundraisers, recognizing his influence while maintaining public distance. "Tell them I'll be there with a generous contribution, as always. Supporting children's hospitals is a cause close to my heart." By midday, Costello made his way to the Copacabana, one of New York's premier nightclubs, and another venture in which he held silent interest. The daytime emptiness of the club, with chairs stacked on tables and the stage bare, contrasted sharply with its nighttime glamour. In the back office, he met with the club manager and a union representative to resolve a dispute about musician contracts. Costello listened more than he spoke, understanding that his role was often to serve as mediator rather than dictator. "Both sides have valid points," he finally said, his raspy voice somehow commanding despite its softness. "The musicians deserve their fair share, but the club needs predictable costs. Here's what we'll do." His solution satisfied neither party completely, but gave each enough to claim victory. This was Costello's particular genius, finding the compromise that kept business flowing smoothly. Violence was inefficient. It created enemies and attracted attention. Negotiation created partners and fostered loyalty. Later that afternoon, Costello visited his barber at the Waldorf Astoria, a ritual he maintained regardless of how busy his schedule became. As the barber carefully trimmed his thinning gray hair, a congressman coincidentally stopped by for his own appointment. Their conversation, audible to anyone nearby, focused entirely on golf, mutual friends, and a charity event. What passed between them in subtle glances and seemingly innocuous comments would never be recorded or proven. "Shame about that zoning bill stalling in committee," Costello mentioned casually as the congressman prepared to leave. "A lot of construction jobs hanging in the balance." "These things have a way of working themselves out," the politician replied, with a knowing smile. "I'm having dinner with the committee chair tonight, as it happens." By evening, Costello made his appearance at the Stork Club, where his regular table was always reserved. The maitre d' greeted him with practiced deference, leading him through the crowded club where celebrities, socialites, and power brokers dined and drank beneath the watchful eye of Sherman Billingsley, the club's owner and Costello's friend. "The usual crowd tonight, Sherman?" Frank asked as Billingsley joined him briefly at his table, "plus a few new faces. That fellow over there's a Supreme Court clerk. The blonde at the bar writes for the Times. The gentleman by the window is with the British Embassy." Costello nodded, appreciatively. Information, always information. The Stork Club served many purposes in his ecosystem. A place to be seen as a legitimate businessman, a neutral ground for meetings, and an intelligence hub where the city's most influential people let their guards down after a few drinks. As Hedined on his favorite steak, Costello observed the room with practiced subtlety. He noted which politicians were dining with which business leaders, which journalists were courting which sources. Every connection represented potential leverage, every relationship a possible resource. After dinner, he received a visitor at his table, a nervous young district attorney with political aspirations. The man had requested the meeting through intermediaries, careful to maintain deniability. "Mr. Costello," he began after the pleasantries, "I've been told you might offer perspective on my current situation." Frank studied him carefully. "I'm just a businessman who knows the city well, but I'm always happy to offer perspective to public servants dedicated to justice." The conversation that followed was a masterclass in implied communication. The prosecutor described his political challenges without explicitly asking for help. Costello offered observations about voter concerns in certain neighborhoods without explicitly offering support. Nothing illegal was suggested, yet both men understood perfectly what was being exchanged. As the night deepened, Costello returned to the Waldorf Astoria, where his wife Loretta waited in their suite. Their marriage had endured decades of scrutiny, threat, and the peculiar stresses of his position. Unlike many of his associates, Costello maintained a genuinely monogamous relationship, finding in Loretta a stability that counterbalanced the chaos of his professional life. "Productive day?" she asked, not really expecting or wanting details. "The usual," he replied, loosening his tie and settling into their private life. The only space where Frank Costello wasn't performing a role or calculating his next move. "How was your lunch with the ladies?" Loretta described her social engagements, the latest charity committee she'd joined, the normal activities of an affluent New York wife. This domesticity provided Costello with something his power could never buy. Normalcy, however fleeting. Later that night, as Loretta slept, Costello stood at the window of their suite, looking out over the city he had conquered in his own quiet way. Unlike Luciano or Capone, he had avoided the spotlight. Unlike Genovese or Anastasia, he had minimized bloodshed. His power was exercised through whispers rather than gunfire, through favors rather than threats. Yet despite his success, concern gnawed at him. The post-war world was changing rapidly. The FBI under J. Edgar Hoover was becoming more sophisticated in its pursuit of organized crime. Television was creating a new kind of celebrity criminal, and public fascination with the underworld was growing. The system of political protection that had served him so well required constant maintenance, and younger men in his organization grew impatient with his cautious approach. The telephone rang, breaking his reverie. Despite the late hour, Costello answered immediately. "Certain people could call at any time. It's done," said the voice on the other end. "The committee voted to release the bill. It should pass next week." "Thank you for letting me know," Costello replied simply before hanging up. Another investment in relationship capital had paid dividends. A construction project worth millions would proceed, with contracts flowing to companies that understood the value of partnership with Costello's interests. As he finally prepared for sleep, Frank reviewed the day's events with his characteristic methodical thinking. Power, he had learned long ago, wasn't about commanding others through fear, though fear certainly had its uses. True power came from becoming indispensable, from positioning yourself at the center of so many relationships that your removal would collapse the entire structure. By 1950, Frank Costello had achieved exactly this position, the spider at the center of a vast web connecting politics, business, entertainment, and the underworld. Yet even as he closed his eyes to sleep, a part of him remained vigilant. He had risen higher than anyone might have expected for a poor immigrant boy from Calabria, but the higher you climbed, the farther you had to fall. And in the shadows, enemies and ambitious allies alike were beginning to wonder, had the Prime Minister's diplomatic approach made him soft? Was his preference for negotiation over violence a sign of weakness rather than wisdom? These questions would soon test Costello's carefully constructed empire in ways he could not yet imagine. as the foundations of his power began to shift beneath his feet. The dim lights of the Waldorf Astoria's exclusive suite cast long shadows across the Persian carpet as Frank Costello gazed out at the Manhattan skyline. It was 1946, and the city that never sleeps pulsed with post-war energy beneath him. Frank ran his fingers along the cool glass of the window, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his lips. The Prime Minister of the Underworld, as the newspapers had taken to calling him, had reached heights few men of his background could ever imagine. "Beautiful view, isn't it?" came a voice from behind him. Frank turned to see Judge Thomas Aurelio settling into one of the plush armchairs, accepting a crystal tumbler of scotch from a white-gloved attendant. "The most beautiful in the world," Frank replied, his voice carrying that distinctive rasp that had become his trademark, "and worth every penny I've paid to protect it." The judge chuckled softly. "Frank, your sense of humor never fails you, even in these complicated times." The complicated times Judge Aurelio referred to were indeed growing more complex by the day. Frank's carefully constructed empire, built on political connections rather than violence, was beginning to face unprecedented scrutiny. The end of the war had brought a renewed focus on domestic affairs, and certain ambitious prosecutors were turning their attention to the shadowy relationships between politicians and men like Costello. "They're calling for a grand jury investigation into gambling operations across the city," Aurelio mentioned casually, swirling the amber liquid in his glass. "Your name keeps coming up in private conversations." Frank nodded thoughtfully. "Names always come up in conversations, Tommy. It's what follows those conversations that matters." He moved away from the window and took a seat opposite the judge. "Besides, I'm just a businessman with investments in various entertainment enterprises. Nothing more." This delicate dance, the measured words, the careful public persona, had become Frank's greatest strength. Unlike many of his contemporaries who ruled through fear and bloodshed, Costello had cultivated an image of respectability. He was the gentleman gangster, the soft-spoken strategist who preferred boardrooms to back alleys. "Mayor O'Dwyer called me yesterday," Frank continued, lowering his voice slightly, though they were entirely alone in the suite. "He's concerned about appearances ahead of the election, wants to make sure our mutual friends understand the need for discretion." "Judge," Aurelio nodded. "William's a good man, practical. He understands how things work in this city. As do you, Tommy, as do all my friends." Frank's eyes gleamed with unspoken meaning. Just months earlier, Aurelio had won an election to the New York Supreme Court. After receiving Frank's blessing, a fact that had become uncomfortably public when a wiretap caught Costello receiving thanks for his support. The scandal had been contained, but it was a rare crack in Frank's usually impenetrable public facade. The newspapers had seized upon it, and now the vultures were circling, looking for more connections between Costello and city officials. "Speaking of friends," Aurelio said, changing the subject, "I saw Albert Anastasia at the club last night. He seemed agitated." Frank's expression remained impassive, but internally he sighed. The relationship with Anastasia's faction had grown increasingly strained. While Frank had spent decades moving away from the crude violence of his early years, preferring the sophistication of political manipulation, Anastasia still believed in the old ways, direct, brutal, and increasingly problematic in an era of increased federal interest. "Albert has his concerns about our business direction," Frank acknowledged carefully. "We're having ongoing discussions about the most prudent path forward." What Frank didn't say was that these ongoing discussions had become heated arguments behind closed doors at the Mafia Commission meetings. The Commission, established years earlier to prevent gang wars and regulate activities between the five families, was experiencing internal tensions that threatened the peace Frank had worked so hard to maintain. "Just be careful, Frank," the judge advised. "Men like Anastasia don't appreciate the subtleties of your approach. They mistake patience for weakness." Frank smiled thinly. "I've survived this long by understanding the difference between being patient and being weak. Albert knows that better than most. As the evening progressed, Frank's other guests began to arrive, a carefully selected mix of legitimate businessmen, politicians, and entertainment figures. This was Frank's preferred environment, a sophisticated soiree where connections were made, favors exchanged, and power consolidated without a harsh word or threatening gesture. Among them was Frank Sinatra, then at the height of his fame. The crooner made his way across the room, exchanging pleasantries before reaching Costello. "Frank," Sinatra said warmly, embracing him, "the place looks magnificent as always." "Only the best for my friends," Costello replied, genuinely fond of the singer. Their relationship had been mutually beneficial. Costello provided protection and connections, while Sinatra's friendship lent Costello cultural legitimacy and access to Hollywood circles. "I've been hearing whispers," Sinatra said quietly as they moved toward the bar, "about some committee in Washington. They're looking into organized crime's influence on entertainment and labor unions." Frank maintained his composure, though this was troubling news. Senator Estes Kefauver of Tennessee had indeed been making noise about launching an investigation into organized crime. Unlike previous inquiries, this one had the potential to reach beyond local jurisdictions and pierce the veil of protection Frank had so carefully constructed. "Politics, my friend," Frank said dismissively. "Every few years, some ambitious man in Washington needs headlines. It passes like weather." But even as he spoke the reassuring words, Frank knew this particular storm might not pass so easily. The post-war political climate was shifting. Americans were looking inward, seeking domestic enemies now that the foreign ones had been defeated. Organized crime, with its perceived threat to American values and institutions, made a convenient target. Later that night, after the guests had departed, Frank sat alone in his study with Meyer Lansky, his oldest and most trusted associate. Unlike the political figures and celebrities who populated his social gatherings, Lansky knew the real Frank Costello, the strategic mind behind the charming facade. "Kefauver is serious," Lansky said bluntly, never one to sugarcoat reality. "He's got backing from both parties, and the public loves these televised hearings. They're calling it crime television. Can you believe that? Entertainment from watching men like us squirm under oath." Frank poured himself another drink, considering the implications. "What are our options?" "Limited," Meyer replied. "Fighting it publicly only draws more attention. Intimidation would backfire spectacularly. This isn't a local prosecutor we can pressure or a witness we can scare off. And our friends in Washington," Meyer shook his head, "they're running scared. Nobody wants to be seen defending gangsters in an election cycle." Frank stared into the amber depths of his glass. Throughout his career, he had navigated countless threats by understanding one fundamental truth: adaptation was survival. From the street rackets of his youth to the sophisticated political machine he now commanded, Frank had always evolved to meet changing circumstances. "Then we adapt," he said finally. "We minimize exposure, move certain operations further offshore, insulate the legitimate businesses, and prepare for the possibility that I might have to testify." Lansky looked concerned. "Frank, appearing before that committee would be unprecedented. No one of your position has ever submitted to such public scrutiny." "Which is precisely why it might be necessary," Frank replied. "They expect defiance. Perhaps courtesy will confuse them." This philosophy, this willingness to break with underworld tradition when necessary, had always set Frank apart. While others in his position ruled through fear and intimidation, Frank understood that true power came from being underestimated, from appearing reasonable while conceding nothing of substance. In the months that followed, Frank's concerns about the Kefauver Committee proved well-founded. The hearings became a national sensation, with millions of Americans tuning in to watch the proceedings on television. Frank watched carefully as lesser figures in the underworld hierarchy were called to testify, most invoking their Fifth Amendment rights against self-incrimination. By early 1951, it became clear that Frank himself would be called. The committee had been working its way up the chain, building a case about the national syndicate that Frank and Lansky had helped establish decades earlier. On a cold February morning, Frank met with his attorney, George Wolfe, in his Central Park West apartment. The summons had arrived the previous day. "They'll ask about your income, your political connections, your relationship with gambling operations," Wolfe explained. "They have telephone transcripts, Frank. Conversations with Judge Aurelio, with O'Dwyer before he was mayor. They've been building this case for over a year." Frank nodded, surprisingly calm given the circumstances. "And what do you recommend? Legally, you can refuse to answer on Fifth Amendment grounds. Many have. And appear guilty in the court of public opinion," Frank noted. "No, George. I've built my life on appearing legitimate. I won't throw that away now by hiding behind the Fifth." "Then you'll have to be very careful with your answers," Wolfe cautioned. "This isn't a friendly conversation at the Waldorf. This is a hostile interrogation designed to trap you." Frank smiled thinly. "I've been having hostile conversations disguised as friendly ones my entire life, George. This will be no different." As the date of his testimony approached, Frank meticulously prepared. He understood that his appearance would be as important as his words. Americans would be judging him not just on what he said, but how he presented himself. He selected his finest suit, conservative, expensive, but not flashy. He practiced speaking clearly but quietly, forcing senators to lean forward to hear him, a subtle psychological trick to gain control of the interaction. He reviewed likely questions and practiced measured, careful responses that revealed nothing while appearing cooperative. On the morning of March 13, 1951, Frank Costello entered the federal courthouse in New York City, facing a gauntlet of reporters and flashing cameras. The nation's eyes were upon him as he took his seat before the committee, raised his right hand, and swore to tell the truth. What followed would become one of the most famous moments in congressional hearing history. Costello, objecting to the television cameras, refused to allow his face to be shown. In a compromise, the cameras focused only on his nervously gesturing hands, an image that would become iconic in American popular culture. "Mr. Costello," Senator Kefauver began, "would you tell the committee about your business activities? Have investments in real estate and various legitimate enterprises?" Frank replied calmly, his hands betraying the tension his voice concealed. "And what about your connections to gambling operations in New York and elsewhere?" "I've had investments in some entertainment establishments in the past," Frank acknowledged carefully, "all properly reported on my tax returns." For hours, each questioning continued, with Frank parrying each thrust with the skill of a master fencer. He never lost his composure, never raised his voice, never appeared anything other than a legitimate businessman being unfairly harassed. But the committee was persistent, particularly Chief Counsel Rudolph Halley, who hammered away at inconsistencies in Frank's testimony about his income and political connections. By the third day of testimony, cracks began to appear in Frank's carefully constructed facade. When questioned about specific conversations with political figures, Frank's famous composure finally slipped. "I think I'll get a lawyer," he declared suddenly, rising from his seat. The committee chairman responded firmly, "Mr. Costello, you are under subpoena and cannot leave." It was a dramatic moment that played out on television screens across America. Frank Costello, the sophisticated power broker who had cultivated an image of untouchable legitimacy, was showing vulnerability for perhaps the first time in his public life. When Frank finally left the hearings, walking out after claiming illness, the damage had been done. Though he had admitted to no crimes directly, his evasiveness and the obvious disparity between his lifestyle and his claimed income painted a damning picture. The mystique of invulnerability that had protected him for decades had been punctured. As Frank returned to his apartment that evening, the city lights twinkling below his window no longer seemed to represent his domain. The world was changing around him, and for the first time Frank Costello, the master adapter, found himself struggling to adjust to new realities. Meyer Lansky visited him that night, concern evident on his usually impassive face. It could have been worse, he offered, trying to find some positive aspect to the day's events. Frank nodded slowly. Perhaps. But it marks a turning point, Meyer. The old ways of operating, they're coming to an end. Lansky sighed, pouring himself a drink. We've weathered storms before. Not like this, Frank replied. This isn't just about law enforcement or rival gangs. This is about the American public seeing behind the curtain. Once that happens, there's no going back. As they sat in contemplative silence, Frank could feel the ground shifting beneath his feet. The political protection he had cultivated for decades was evaporating as politicians distanced themselves from any association with his name. The newspapers that had once referred to him respectfully as a political leader now openly called him Racket's boss Costello. More troubling still were the rumblings within the commission itself. Vito Genovese, who had returned from Italy in ET in 1945 after fleeing murder charges years earlier, had been steadily rebuilding his power base. Ambitious and ruthless, Genovese viewed Frank's public humiliation as an opportunity to make his move. Vito's been talking to the others, Lansky mentioned carefully, suggesting that your troubles might bring heat on everyone. Frank nodded, unsurprised. Vito has always wanted my position. He's been waiting for a moment of weakness. This is more than talk, Frank, Lansky warned. He's making alliances. Anastasia is still with you, but some of the others are listening to Genovese. As the conversation continued into the night, both men understood that the Kiefover hearings had done what no rival gangster had managed to accomplish. They had weakened Frank Costello's grip on power, creating an opening for the violent succession that Frank had spent his career trying to prevent. The gentleman gangster, who had risen above the brutal origins of the Mafia to create a sophisticated political machine, found himself facing a harsh new reality. The world of shadow power he had mastered was being dragged into the light, and in that exposure the vulnerabilities of his position were laid bare for all to see, including his enemies. As dawn broke over Manhattan, Frank stood at his window, watching the city come to life. The peak of his power had passed, and the long, difficult descent was beginning. Yet even in this moment of clarity, Frank Costello's mind was already turning to how he might adapt once more, how he might survive the coming storm. What he couldn't know was just how violent that storm would become, or how close it would bring him to the end of everything he had built. The fall of Frank Costello began not with a thunderous crash, but with subtle shifts in the Underworld's tectonic plates, changes that the Prime Minister of the Underworld, despite his political acumen and strategic brilliance, could not fully control. The year was 1956, and Frank's carefully constructed empire was about to face its greatest challenges. The evening air hung heavy with cigar smoke in Frank's favorite corner booth at the Waldorf Astoria. His fingers, adorned with a single gold signet ring, traced patterns on the polished mahogany table as he contemplated the newspaper before him. The headlines spoke of Senator Estes Kiefover's continued crusade against organized crime, a crusade that had put Frank's face on television screens across America. "They never forget, do they, Louis?" Frank murmured to his longtime bodyguard, who stood nearby with the vigilant stillness that had kept his boss alive through decades of underworld politics. "No, boss," Louis answered simply. "The spotlight stays on you?" Frank nodded, his eyes distant. The televised hearings had changed everything, though he had maintained his composure, famously requesting that the cameras focus only on his hands. The damage had been done. Frank Costello was no longer just a name whispered in the shadows of power. He had become a public figure, a face of organized crime that politicians could point to when they needed a villain. "The problem with fame," Frank said softly, folding the newspaper with meticulous care, "is that it makes you a target from all sides." He couldn't have known how prophetic those words would prove to be. The first real crack in Frank's carefully constructed world appeared when Vito Genovese returned from Italy. Genovese had fled to Italy in 1937 to escape murder charges, but had returned to America in 1945 after the war. Since then, he had been rebuilding his power base, watching and waiting. Unlike Frank, who preferred boardrooms to bloodshed, Genovese was a throwback to an earlier era of gangsterism, brutal, direct, and uncompromising. One cool spring evening in 1957, Frank received an unexpected visitor at his Central Park West apartment. Albert Anastasia, the fearsome leader of Murder Inc., arrived unannounced, his usual entourage conspicuously absent. "You should have called ahead, Albert," Frank said, ushering the man into his study. The room was tastefully appointed with leather-bound books and subtle artwork, a gentleman's sanctuary, far removed from the gritty realities of their shared business. "Some conversations shouldn't happen over the telephone," Anastasia replied, declining the offered brandy. His eyes, usually cold and calculating, held an unfamiliar emotion, concern. "Vito's making moves," Anastasia said bluntly. "He's been meeting with the Young Turks, promising them more territory, more freedom if they back him." Frank settled into his armchair, outwardly calm, though his mind raced. "Vito has always had ambitions. That's nothing new." "This is different," Anastasia insisted. "He's not just looking for a bigger piece. He wants your chair, Frank, and he's willing to do what you won't to get it." The implication hung in the air between them. Where Frank had built his power through connections, compromise, and strategic thinking, Genovese was prepared to use violence liberally. The old ways versus the new, a fundamental clash of philosophies that had been brewing for years. "Watch. You're back," Anastasia warned as he left, "and maybe consider retiring somewhere warm. The weather's about to turn cold in New York." Frank didn't take the advice, though perhaps he should have. Just weeks later, on May 2nd, 1957, as he entered the lobby of his apartment building on Central Park West, the storm that had been gathering finally broke. The doorman nodded respectfully as Frank passed, his footsteps echoing on the marble floor. Behind him, the sound of quick footsteps approached. Frank began to turn, perhaps sensing danger, when a man in a fedora, pulled low over his face, raised a pistol. "This is for you, Frank," the man said calmly. "From Vito." The shot rang out in the enclosed space, deafeningly loud. Frank felt a searing pain as the bullet grazed his head, and he staggered against the wall. Blood streamed down his face as he slumped to the floor, consciousness fading in and out. The assassination attempt had failed. The bullet had only grazed his scalp, but the message was unmistakable. The era of Frank Costello's unchallenged rule was ending. During his recovery in the hospital, Frank received a steady stream of visitors, some genuine friends, others simply taking the political temperature of the shifting underworld. Meyer Lansky came early one morning, slipping past the police guards with the ease of a man accustomed to operating in the shadows. "You look terrible," Lansky said frankly, settling into the chair beside Frank's bed. "I felt better," Frank admitted, touching the bandage that wrapped around his head. "The doctors say I'm lucky." "Luck had nothing to do with it," Lansky replied. "If Genovese wanted you dead, you'd be dead. This was a message." Frank nodded slightly, wincing at the pain the movement caused. "And what message would that be? Retire gracefully, or the next bullet won't miss." Lansky leaned forward, lowering his voice. "Listen to me, Frank. We've been friends a long time. The landscape is changing. The young ones don't respect the old ways. They're hungry, impatient. So I should just hand everything over to Vito?" Frank asked, a rare edge of anger in his voice. "You should consider your options carefully," Lansky advised. "There's no shame in a strategic retreat. Look at Luciano, living like a king in Naples, far from all this mess." The mention of Luciano, exiled to Italy but still wealthy and influential, gave Frank pause. Perhaps there was wisdom in stepping back, in preserving what he had built, rather than risking everything in a war he might not win. The attempted assassination had other consequences beyond Frank's physical wounds. The police investigation brought unwelcome attention to his operations, and several of his legitimate businesses faced renewed scrutiny. The IRS, never far from Frank's thoughts, intensified their own investigations. The foundations of his empire were beginning to crumble. In the weeks that followed his release from the hospital, Frank called a meeting of the Commission, the governing body of the American Mafia that he had helped establish decades earlier. The gathering took place in a private room at the back of a restaurant in Little Italy, a neutral location chosen for its security and discretion. As Frank entered, leaning slightly on a cane, more for effect than necessity, the room fell silent. The assembled leaders of the various families watched him carefully, assessing his strength, his resolve. Vito Genovese sat at the far end of the table, his expression unreadable. "Gentlemen," Frank began, his voice steady despite the tension that filled the room. "We've built something remarkable together, an organization that has weathered prohibition, the depression, the war. We've created order from chaos, profit from opportunity." He paused, looking at each face around the table. Some were old allies, men who had risen with him through the ranks. Others were newer, hungrier, less bound by the codes and customs that had guided the previous generation. "But all things must change," Frank continued. "Evolution is necessary for survival. And so, after careful consideration, I've decided to step back from active leadership." A murmur ran through the assembled men. Genovese leaned forward slightly, his eyes narrowing. "To be clear," Frank added, his gaze fixing on Genovese, "I'm not disappearing. My interests remain my interests. My friends remain my friends. I'm simply choosing to enjoy the fruits of my labors more fully." The message was subtle but clear. This was not a complete surrender. Frank was ceding formal control, but maintaining his connections, his influence, and most importantly, his financial interests. It was a compromise designed to prevent all-out war while preserving what mattered most to him. After the meeting, as the others filed out, Genovese approached Frank. The two men stood face to face, decades of complex history between them. "You made the right decision," Genovese said, offering his hand. Frank took it, his grip firm despite everything. "Did I have a choice?" "There are always choices, Frank. Some just have better outcomes than others." Genovese smiled thinly. "I respect what you built. It won't be torn down." "See that it isn't," Frank replied, "because even in retirement I'll be watching." The handshake sealed a fragile peace, but Frank harbored no illusions about Genovese's intentions. The younger man would consolidate power, reshape the organization to his own vision. The era of Costello's influence was waning, though not yet over. Frank's semi-retirement coincided with another significant blow, the murder of Albert Anastasia in October 1957. Anastasia was gunned down while sitting in a barber's chair at the Park Sheraton Hotel, a brutal end to a brutal life. Frank received the news in his apartment, the telephone call brief and to the point. "Albert's gone," the voice said simply before hanging up. Frank set the receiver down slowly, staring out at the Central Park view that had once seemed to symbolize his ascent to legitimate power. Anastasia had been one of his few remaining allies of significant stature. The chessboard was clearing, the pieces falling one by one. The final nail in the coffin of Frank's Underworld career came with the infamous Appalachian meeting just a month after Anastasia's murder. Genovese had organized a gathering of over 100 Mafia leaders at the estate of Joseph Barbara in upstate New York. Frank, still recovering both physically and strategically, declined to attend, a decision that would prove fortunate. The meeting was discovered by a suspicious local policeman, resulting in a raid that sent gangsters fleeing into the woods surrounding the estate. Many were captured, their identities recorded, their claims of being there for a barbecue transparent. Lies. The incident was a public relations disaster for the Mafia and led to congressional investigations that further weakened the organization's power. From his apartment, Frank watched the fallout with a mixture of concern and vindication. Genovese's leadership was proving less adept than his ambition had suggested. The man who had sought to replace Frank with violence and intimidation was drawing precisely the kind of attention that Frank had always worked to avoid. In a strange twist of fate, it was Genovese who would fall next. In 1959, he was convicted on narcotics charges and sentenced to 15 years in prison. Many suspected that Frank, working with Luciano and Lansky from behind the scenes, had orchestrated the case against him, a bloodless revenge for the attempt on Frank's life. "Poetic justice," Frank remarked to his wife Loretta, as they read the news of Genovese's conviction over breakfast. He wanted power at any cost. Now he has a different kind of cell than he imagined. Loretta, who had stood by him through decades of underworld politics, reached across the table to squeeze his hand. "Is it over now?" she asked. "Can we truly retire?" Frank smiled sadly. "In our world, nothing is ever truly over. But yes, this chapter is closing." Indeed, Frank's formal power in the Mafia had largely dissipated by the early 1960s. The empire he had built was now in other hands, though he maintained connections and investments that kept him comfortable. He spent more time at his home in Sands Point, Long Island, enjoying the seaside air and the distance from the city's constant pressures. Yet even in his diminished state, the government wasn't finished with Frank Costello. The IRS continued to pursue him for tax evasion, a reminder that his past would never fully release him. In 1961, he was charged with tax evasion and sentenced to 5 years in prison, though he would serve only 14 months before being released on an appeal. The prison term, though relatively brief, took a toll on Frank's health and spirit. Now in his 70s, the confinement was harder to bear than in his younger days. The concrete walls and regulated schedule were a far cry from the luxury and freedom he had worked his entire life to secure. During this period of incarceration, Frank found himself reflecting on the arc of his remarkable life, from the poverty of his childhood in Calabria to the heights of power in America, and now to this twilight period of forced retirement and legal troubles. Had it been worth it? The question haunted his sleepless nights in the prison cell. Upon his release in 1962, Frank returned to a world that was rapidly changing. The old order was giving way to new criminal enterprises, new methods, new faces. The carefully structured organization he had helped build was fracturing under pressure from law enforcement and internal conflicts. One evening in the summer of 1965, Frank sat on the terrace of his Long Island home, watching the sunset paint the sky in shades of orange and purple. Beside him, an old phonograph played opera softly, Caruso's voice rising and falling with the emotional tide of the music. "Beautiful, isn't it?" he said to no one in particular, his eyes on the horizon where sky met sea. The empire had fallen, but Frank Costello had survived, wounded but alive, diminished but not destroyed. In the gathering darkness, with the taste of good whiskey on his lips and Caruso's voice in his ears, he found a measure of peace that had eluded him during his years of power. The fall had been gradual, then sudden, a slow erosion followed by an avalanche. Yet in losing his kingdom, Frank had perhaps found something more valuable: perspective. The man who had once controlled vast criminal enterprises now found pleasure in simpler things: a good book, a fine meal, the company of old friends who came to visit not for favors, but for conversation. As night settled fully over the water, Frank raised his glass in a silent toast to survival, to adaptation, to resilience that had carried him through a life few could imagine and fewer still could navigate. The Prime Minister of the Underworld had been deposed, but the man, Frank Costello, endured. What remained was to make peace with his legacy, to reconcile the man he had become with the boy who had left Italy so many years ago with dreams of America's promise. That reckoning would occupy his final years as health declined, and the world moved inexorably forward, leaving the era of Frank Costello increasingly to history's judgment. The years following his retirement from organized crime were perhaps the most peaceful of Frank Costello's turbulent life. The man once known as the Prime Minister of the Underworld settled into a routine that belied his notorious past. Each morning, weather permitting, he would take leisurely strolls through Central Park, sometimes stopping to feed the pigeons, or exchange pleasantries with other regular park-goers who had no idea they were chatting with one of the most influential crime figures of the century. His apartment at the Majestic on Central Park West became his sanctuary. The elegant residence, with its panoramic views of the park, housed a man who now spent his days reading newspapers, following the stock market, and occasionally receiving old friends who hadn't forgotten him. The visits became fewer as the years passed, the underworld evolving beyond recognition from the empire he once commanded. On quiet evenings, Costello could often be found sitting in his favorite armchair, gazing out at the twinkling lights of Manhattan. Sometimes he would speak to Loretta, his wife of over 50 years, about inconsequential matters, the weather, a news item that caught his attention, or perhaps a memory from their youth. He rarely discussed business or his former life, as if trying to maintain the illusion that he had always been just another affluent retiree living out his golden years in New York City. "You know, Loretta," he said one evening in 1972, his voice carrying the gravel of age and countless cigarettes, "I never thought I'd see this many years. Most men in my position don't get to grow old." Loretta, who had weathered the storms of his career with quiet dignity, simply nodded. She understood the weight behind his words. The Costello miracle wasn't just his rise from poverty to power, but his survival and peaceful retirement when so many contemporaries had met violent ends. Frank's health had been declining gradually. Heart problems plagued him, a common affliction for men his age, but perhaps accelerated by the stress of his former lifestyle and the lingering effects of Genovese's assassination attempt. He had suffered a heart attack in 1970, and though he recovered, it left him more frail than before. Dr. Samuel Klein, Costello's longtime physician, visited regularly. On one such visit in early 1973, he found Frank sitting on his balcony despite the February chill. "Frank, you'll catch pneumonia out here," the doctor chided gently. Costello smiled faintly. "At my age, Doc, I figure I've earned the right to sit wherever I please." Dr. Klein checked his patient's heart, frowned slightly at the irregular rhythm, and adjusted his medication. "You need to take it easy, Frank. No excitement, no stress." "Excitement," Costello chuckled. "The most exciting part of my day is deciding what to have for dinner." But there was something in his eyes, a distant look that suggested his mind often wandered to more tumultuous times. Perhaps he was reflecting on the empire he had built and surrendered, or the friends he had lost along the way. Maybe he was contemplating his legacy, wondering how history would remember Frank Costello, the immigrant boy from Calabria who became one of the most powerful men in America. In the early months of 1973, Frank's circle had shrunk considerably. Many of his contemporaries were dead or imprisoned. Meyer Lansky, one of his oldest friends and allies, was fighting his own legal battles and health issues. The world they had known and shaped was fading into history, their names appearing more often in books about the past than in current newspapers. One of the few visitors during this period was a young journalist who had been working on a comprehensive history of organized crime in America. After much persuasion and several intermediaries, Costello had agreed to a brief conversation. Not an interview, he insisted, just a talk. They met in Costello's apartment on a rainy April afternoon. The journalist, expecting to find a fearsome figure from the underworld, was surprised to discover an elderly gentleman in a cardigan sweater, offering him coffee with trembling hands. "I don't talk about the old days," Costello said firmly after they had exchanged pleasantries. "Nothing good comes from digging up the past." "I understand, Mr. Costello," the journalist replied. "But you've witnessed an important part of American history. Your perspective is valuable." Costello gazed out the window for a long moment. "History," he finally said, "is written by people who weren't there. I was there, and I still don't understand half of what happened." Though he provided few concrete details about his criminal activities, Costello spoke philosophically about America, opportunity, and the changing times. He expressed no regrets, but conveyed a certain melancholy about the passing of his era. "The America I knew is disappearing," he told the journalist. "For better or worse, I couldn't say, but it's a different world now." As the journalist prepared to leave, Costello made an unexpected comment. "You know, I never wanted to be famous. I wanted to be invisible, powerful but unseen. Funny how things turn out." It would be one of his last recorded conversations. The evening of February 17, 1973, Costello dined with Loretta in their apartment. By all accounts, it was an ordinary night. They ate a simple meal, watched some television, and retired early. Costello complained of feeling unusually tired, but attributed it to the changing weather. In the middle of the night, Costello awoke, with severe chest pains. Loretta, alarmed by his ashen complexion and labored breathing, called for an ambulance. As they waited, she held his hand, speaking soothingly to the man who had been her companion through a life extraordinary in its complexity. "It's all right, Frank," she whispered. "Help is coming." Costello managed a weak smile. "Loretta," he said, his voice barely audible, "you were always the best thing in my life." By the time the ambulance arrived, Frank Costello was struggling to remain conscious. The paramedics worked efficiently, transferring him to a stretcher and rushing him to Doctors' Hospital on the Upper East Side. Loretta followed in a taxi, her composed exterior masking the turmoil within. At the hospital, a team of doctors fought to stabilize Costello. His heart, damaged by previous attacks and the general wear of 82 years of life, was failing. In the early hours of February 18, 1973, Francesco Castiglia, known to the world as Frank Costello, drew his last breath, his wife at his bedside. The news of Costello's death spread quickly through certain circles in New York. Old associates, though still alive and at liberty, received the news with a mixture of sadness and nostalgia. For many, Costello represented the last connection to an era that had shaped their lives, an era now definitively closed. Meyer Lansky, upon hearing of his old friend's passing, reportedly sat in silence for several minutes before saying simply, "He was a gentleman." Coming from Lansky, a man famously sparing with praise, it was a powerful eulogy. The public announcement of Costello's death generated substantial media coverage, though notably less than might have greeted his passing 2 decades earlier, when he was at the height of his notoriety. The New York Times ran an extensive obituary, recounting his rise from impoverished immigrant to underworld power broker, his brushes with the law, and his eventual retirement. What the obituaries couldn't capture was the complexity of the man, the contradiction of his gentle manners and the violent business he oversaw, his genuine philanthropic impulses alongside his criminal enterprises, his desire for respectability while maintaining his position in the shadows. The funeral was held at St. Michael's Cemetery in Queens. Despite the cold February weather, several hundred people attended, a mixture of family members, old friends, and figures from both legitimate society and the underworld who came to pay their respects. Notable in their absence were active leadership figures from the Genovese family, the organization that had once been Costello's own. The ceremony was dignified and relatively modest, reflecting Costello's preference for understated elegance rather than ostentatious display. A Catholic priest who had known the family for years delivered a service that focused on mercy and redemption, tactfully avoiding specific references to Costello's career. Loretta, supported by nephews and nieces, the couple had no children of their own, maintained the stoic dignity that had characterized her approach to life as the wife of a notorious man. She accepted condolences with quiet grace, her grief evident but controlled. As the mourners dispersed after the burial, small groups formed to share memories of the departed. Old men spoke in hushed tones, occasionally glancing around, a habit formed over decades of caution. They recalled not the newspaper headlines or Senate hearings, but personal moments, Costello's generosity to those in need, his counsel during difficult times, his unfailing courtesy even to those of lesser status. He never forgot where he came from, said one elderly Italian-American businessman. No matter how high he rose, he remembered being that poor kid from Calabria. In the days following the funeral, various tributes appeared in unexpected places. An anonymous donor made a substantial contribution to a Lower East Side community center in Costello's name. Several restaurants in Little Italy offered special menus featuring Calabrian dishes, small gestures acknowledging the passing of a man who, despite his criminal activities, had been seen by many in his community as a success story and benefactor. Law enforcement officials marked the occasion differently. FBI agents updated their extensive files on Costello, adding final notes to a dossier that spanned decades. Police officers who had spent years investigating him raised glasses in private, celebrations toasting the end of an era. Yet even among his adversaries, there was a certain respect for Costello's intelligence and his ability to navigate the treacherous waters of the underworld with minimal violence. One retired detective who had pursued Costello in the 1940s told a reporter, "He wasn't like the others. He used his head more than his fists. In another life, he could have been a senator or a CEO." Loretta Costello returned to their apartment at the Majestic after the funeral. The coming weeks would bring the necessary but painful task of sorting through her husband's belongings, deciding what to keep, what to give away, what to discard. Among his papers, she found little of historical significance. Costello had always been careful about leaving records, but she discovered numerous personal mementos, photographs from their early years together, letters she had written to him during his prison terms, ticket stubs from shows they had attended. In his desk drawer was a small, worn notebook containing handwritten quotes that had apparently resonated with him. Many were about fate, success, and the unpredictable nature of life. One highlighted passage from Machiavelli seemed particularly fitting. "A man who wishes to make a profession of goodness in everything must necessarily come to grief among so many who are not good." As winter gave way to spring, the world moved on. New scandals and crimes captured public attention. Frank Costello, once a fixture in newspaper headlines, became primarily a subject for history books and occasional nostalgic articles about the golden age of organized crime. Yet his influence lingered in less visible ways. The political connections he had cultivated, the legitimate businesses he had infiltrated, the model of criminal enterprise he had refined, all these continued to shape both the underworld and aspects of legitimate society long after his death. In the years that followed, various myths and legends attached themselves to Costello's name, as often happens with figures who operate in the shadows. Some claimed he had hidden millions that were never recovered. Others insisted he had maintained secret control over various enterprises even after his supposed retirement. The truth, as with many aspects of Costello's life, remained elusive, known perhaps only to those who had been in his innermost circle, most of whom carried their secrets to their own graves. What remained undisputed was that Frank Costello had navigated the dangerous waters of organized crime with unusual skill and longevity. Unlike many of his contemporaries, he died not by the gun or in prison, but in a hospital bed at the age of 82, having lived to see his world transform beyond recognition. In the final analysis, perhaps the most remarkable aspect of Frank Costello's death was its ordinariness, a stark contrast to the extraordinary life that preceded it. The man who had once controlled vast criminal enterprises, influenced elections, and stood at the center of a complex web of power died as most men do, facing his mortality with whatever courage and dignity he could muster, comforted by the presence of those who loved him, not for his power or wealth, but simply for himself. As the years passed, the name Frank Costello gradually faded from public consciousness, remembered primarily by crime historians, aficionados of the period, and those whose families had been directly touched by his influence. Yet in certain neighborhoods of New York, particularly among older Italian Americans, his name continued to evoke a complex mixture of admiration, fear, and respect, a testament to a man who, for better or worse, had left an indelible mark on his time. As the city lights of New York dimmed on that February evening in 1973, the story of Frank Costello, the Prime Minister of the Underworld, came to its final chapter. Yet in the shadowy corridors of organized crime history, his legacy continues to echo, a whispered reminder of an era when the line between the criminal world and legitimate society blurred beneath the touch of a gentle-voiced Calabrian immigrant. The funeral for Francesco Castiglia was not as grandiose as one might expect for a man of his stature. Unlike the elaborate send-offs given to some of his contemporaries, Costello's farewell was relatively subdued, perhaps fitting for a man who had spent decades cultivating a public image of restraint and respectability. Still, the collection of mourners told its own story. A curious blend of underworld figures, political connections, and business associates, all gathered to pay their respects to the man who had walked between their worlds with such remarkable dexterity. In the days following his death, newspapers across the country carried obituaries that attempted to capture the complexity of Costello's life. The New York Times described him as one of the nation's most powerful underworld figures for 3 decades, while acknowledging his reputation as the elder statesman of organized crime. Other publications focused on his political connections, his brushes with the law, or his surprising charm. None could fully capture the man who had reinvented both himself and, in many ways, the very nature of American organized crime. Frank understood something fundamental that many of his peers never grasped, reflected a former police detective who had tracked Costello for years. He understood that real power doesn't come from violence alone. It comes from influence, from connections, from making yourself indispensable to the right people. He wasn't just a gangster. He was a businessman, a politician in his own right. The detective paused, gazing out at the Manhattan skyline. In a strange way, he was the most American of them all, an immigrant who reinvented himself, who saw opportunities where others saw only limitations. That he did it through crime doesn't change the brilliance of his strategy. Indeed, Costello's most profound legacy may be the transformation he helped orchestrate in American organized crime. Under his guidance, the mob evolved from street thuggery to sophisticated enterprise. He demonstrated that criminal organizations could infiltrate legitimate businesses, influence political systems, and operate with a corporate-like structure that maximized profits while minimizing risk. Before Costello, most gangsters thought success meant being feared on the street, explained a historian specializing in organized crime. After him, they understood that true power meant having a senator's private phone number, or controlling the unions that built the city, or having judges who owed you favors. He didn't invent the concept of organized crime as business, but he perfected it in ways that changed everything that came after. This transformation extended beyond mere strategy. Costello's emphasis on diplomacy over violence, his preference for conversation rather than confrontation, influenced a generation of mob figures who saw the wisdom in his approach. While men like Albert Anastasia advocated for bullets as the answer to most problems, Costello demonstrated that negotiation could be more profitable and certainly less likely to attract unwanted attention from law enforcement. His relationship with Lucky Luciano formed the blueprint for a more modern, cooperative approach to criminal enterprise. Together, they helped establish the Commission, the governing body that mediated disputes between crime families and coordinated activities. This structure, which survived long after both men had passed from power, represented a significant evolution in organized crime, a move from chaotic territorial violence to a more orderly system that maximized profits for all involved. It was like watching primitive warlords evolve into a corporate board of directors, noted one federal agent who had investigated the commission. And Costello was always the most corporate of them all, the one in the tailored suit who could explain complex gambling operations in terms that sounded almost legitimate. The agent sighed, adding, "That made him more dangerous, not less. The ones who scream and wave guns around, they're easy to spot. Costello, he could sit next to you at a charity dinner, and you'd think he was just another businessman. That was his genius, and what made him so difficult to touch." Costello's influence extended far beyond the criminal world. His relationships with politicians, judges, and police officials created a template for corruption that would plague American cities for decades. The web of influence he constructed, the intricate network of favors, threats, and mutual benefits, demonstrated how thoroughly organized crime could infiltrate legitimate institutions. During the Kefauver hearings in 1951, Americans were shocked to learn how deeply crime syndicates had penetrated their civic institutions. Costello's reluctant testimony, with the cameras focused only on his nervously gesturing hands, became an iconic moment in American popular culture, a rare glimpse into a shadow world that existed alongside everyday life. "Those hearings changed how Americans thought about organized crime," explained a media historian. "Before Kefauver, most people thought of gangsters as local problems, thugs who operated in specific neighborhoods and could be avoided. After watching Costello and hearing about his connections, they realized that organized crime was a national issue that touched everything from their local government to the businesses they patronized. This revelation led to significant changes in how law enforcement approached organized crime. The FBI, which had previously focused primarily on bank robbers and kidnappers under J. Edgar Hoover's leadership, gradually shifted toward investigating the more sophisticated criminal networks that Costello represented. New laws were enacted, new investigative techniques developed, and new priorities established, all in some sense a response to the system that Costello had helped build. Yet even as law enforcement evolved to combat organized crime more effectively, Costello's legacy continued to shape criminal organizations. His emphasis on diversification, spreading criminal interests across gambling, alcohol, extortion, and legitimate businesses, became standard practice. His focus on corrupting officials rather than fighting them outright was adopted by successive generations of crime figures. Even his personal style, the quiet voice, the thoughtful demeanor, the careful cultivation of relationships, influenced how later mob leaders presented themselves. In popular culture, Costello's impact has been equally profound. While he never achieved the notoriety of figures like Al Capone or John Gotti, his more subtle approach to criminal leadership has fascinated writers, filmmakers, and audiences for decades. Characters inspired by Costello have appeared in countless films, television shows, and novels, most notably in The Godfather, where Marlon Brando's portrayal of Vito Corleone drew heavily from Costello's mannerisms and leadership style. Brando studied recordings of Costello's voice for that role, noted a film historian. That soft, raspy whisper, the thoughtful pauses, the sense of a man who preferred persuasion to threats, that was pure Costello. And it's become our cultural shorthand for a certain type of criminal genius, the man who's dangerous not because he's violent, but because he's smarter than everyone else in the room. This cultural fascination extends beyond entertainment. Scholars in fields ranging from sociology to economics have studied Costello's organizations, seeking to understand how criminal enterprises function, how corruption spreads through political systems, and how immigrant communities navigate between legitimate society and criminal opportunity. His life has become a case study in power, assimilation, and the darker aspects of the American dream. For the Italian-American community, Costello's legacy is particularly complex. Like many prominent mobsters of his era, he contributed to painful stereotypes that stigmatized millions of law-abiding Italian Americans. Yet his story also reflects the genuine challenges faced by immigrants in a society that often viewed them with suspicion and limited their opportunities for advancement. You can't understand Costello without understanding the America he encountered as a young immigrant, explained a professor of Italian-American studies. He arrived in a country where "no Italians need apply" signs were common, where his accent and background marked him as an outsider, where legitimate paths to success were often blocked. That doesn't excuse his choices, but it helps explain why organized crime flourished in immigrant communities that were otherwise defined by hard work, family values, and respect for tradition. In the neighborhoods where Costello once walked, his memory lingers in complex ways. Old-timers in East Harlem might still point out buildings where he conducted business or restaurants where he dined. Some remember him with a strange mix of fear and pride. A local boy who rose to extraordinary heights, even if his path was deeply problematic. Others see him simply as a criminal who brought trouble to communities already struggling with poverty and discrimination. My grandfather used to tell stories about seeing Costello on the street, recalled an elderly resident of Costello's old neighborhood. Said he always had a kind word for the locals, always remembered people's names, would help families who were struggling, pay for funerals, that sort of thing. But then he'd lower his voice and add, "But never forget what he really was, what he did for a living." That's the contradiction of men like Costello, the generosity and the brutality side by side. This contradiction extends to Costello's personal life as well. By most accounts, he was a devoted husband to Loretta, his wife of over 50 years. Unlike many of his associates, he avoided the public scandals of multiple marriages or flagrant affairs. He maintained a relatively modest lifestyle, at least by the standards of successful criminals. Yet this same man orchestrated extortion schemes, corrupted public officials, and profited from human suffering through gambling addiction and other vices. There's a temptation to romanticize figures like Costello, warned a criminologist who has studied his career, to see them as clever rogues who outsmarted the system, or even as some kind of alternative businessman. But we should remember that organized crime causes real harm to real people, to the businesses that pay protection money, to the addicts who fuel the drug trade, to the communities corrupted by criminal influence. Costello may have been more sophisticated than the gangsters who preceded him, but that sophistication served a fundamentally destructive purpose. As decades have passed since Costello's death, his direct influence has naturally waned. The Mafia itself, the organization he helped shape into a national force, has declined significantly from its mid-century peak. Aggressive prosecution, changing economic conditions, and the rise of new criminal groups have all contributed to this decline. Yet elements of Costello's approach, his emphasis on corruption, his diversification of criminal interests, his infiltration of legitimate businesses, can still be seen in criminal organizations around the world. Perhaps Frank Costello's ultimate legacy lies not in any specific criminal enterprise or technique, but in a broader lesson about power itself, how it is obtained, how it is maintained, and how it eventually fades. He understood better than most of his contemporaries that true influence comes not from brute force, but from positioning oneself at the intersection of multiple worlds, the legal and the illegal, the respectable and the shadowy, the established and the outsider. As darkness settles over the city he once influenced so profoundly, the story of Frank Costello serves as a complex fable about American ambition, immigrant experience, and the gray areas between legitimate success and criminal enterprise. In the soft whisper of his voice, in the careful calculation of his decisions, in the web of relationships he cultivated, we can discern the outlines of a man who reimagined what it meant to be a criminal in modern America, for better or for worse. And so, as we close the book on the Prime Minister of the Underworld, we're left with the image of those nervous hands at the Kefauver hearings, moving restlessly, revealing more than their owner intended, hinting at the tension between public, persona and private reality that defined not just Frank Costello, but an entire era in American history. In those hands, with their expensive cufflinks and their subtle gestures, lies a story of power and its limitations, of ambition and its costs, of an America still wrestling with questions of opportunity, identity, and the sometimes blurry line between success and corruption. In the quiet hours of night, as the city's ceaseless rhythm finally slows to a gentle murmur, let us journey back to a time when the infamous John Gotti was just a boy with dreams as vast as the New York skyline. Close your eyes and allow yourself to be transported to the streets of the South Bronx in the 1940s, where our story begins. John Joseph Gotti Jr. was born on October 27, 1940, in the Bronx, New York City. The autumn air was crisp that day, carrying with it the symphony of urban life, automobile horns, street vendors' calls, and the distant laughter of children playing stickball in narrow alleyways. He entered the world as the fifth child in what would eventually become a family of 13 children. His parents, John Joseph Gotti Sr. and Filomena Fanny DiCarlo, were Italian immigrants who had come to America seeking a better life. Carrying with them old-world values and traditions, the Gotti home was a modest apartment, cramped but filled with the warmth of family. The walls were thin, allowing the sounds of siblings' squabbles and laughter to permeate every corner. The aroma of Filomena's cooking, rich tomato sauce simmering for hours, fresh bread baking in the oven, often filled their small living space, providing comfort in times of hardship. John Sr. worked as a day laborer, his hands calloused from endless hours of physical work, while Filomena managed the household, stretching every dollar to feed her growing brood. "You have to be strong in this world," John Sr. would often tell young John as they sat at their worn kitchen table. "Nobody gives you anything for free." The young boy would nod solemnly, studying his father's weathered face, noting how his eyes seemed to carry a perpetual weariness. The Great Depression had officially ended, but its ghost still haunted many families like the Gottis, who lived on the margins of economic security. When John was about 10 years old, the family relocated to East New York, Brooklyn, settling in a neighborhood known as East New York. The move was prompted by the promise of better work opportunities for John, but the reality they found was not much different from what they had left behind. Their new neighborhood was predominantly populated by Italian-American and Jewish families, many of whom were also struggling to make ends meet. Brownsville was a neighborhood of contradictions, tight-knit communities existing alongside street gangs, honest laborers walking the same sidewalks as local criminals. For a perceptive child like John, these contradictions offered early lessons in the complex nature of neighborhood power structures. He observed how certain men commanded respect, not through traditional authority, but through their connections and willingness to operate outside the law. "Did you see how everyone quieted down when Mr. Marino walked into the bakery?" young John once asked his mother after witnessing such a scene. Filomena's lips tightened as she continued kneading dough. "Some men think fear is the same as respect," she replied carefully. "Remember, Giovanni, true respect is earned through honor and hard work." But the lessons of the street often spoke louder than parental wisdom. The Gotti family's financial struggles meant that luxury was non-existent, and even necessities were sometimes scarce. John and his siblings wore hand-me-down clothes, and meals were simple affairs designed to stretch limited resources. This economic reality shaped young John's worldview, instilling in him both a hunger for something better and a resentment toward the invisible barriers that seemed to keep families like his trapped in poverty. School was not a sanctuary for the young boy. At Public School 178, John was an indifferent student at best. He possessed natural intelligence, as his teachers occasionally noted, but he lacked interest in formal education. The classroom, with its rigid rules and expectations, felt constraining to a child who was already learning to navigate the more complex social hierarchies of the streets. Mr. Gotti, his fourth-grade teacher, Miss Reynolds, once said after keeping him after class, "You have a good mind, why don't you apply yourself?" John shrugged, his eyes drifting toward the window where he could see older boys from the neighborhood gathered at the corner store. "School stuff isn't going to help me where I live," he replied, with a frankness that momentarily silenced his teacher. By the age of 12, John had become part of a local street gang known as the Fulton Rockaway Boys. The gang was not particularly notorious, mostly neighborhood kids engaging in petty theft, minor vandalism, and establishing their small territory within the larger landscape of Brooklyn. But for John, it provided something his home and school life could not, a sense of belonging and power. The gang had an informal meeting place behind an abandoned grocery store. One summer evening, as the boys gathered there, the leader, a 15-year-old named Angelo, was discussing their next venture. "There's a delivery truck that parks behind the pharmacy every Thursday," Angelo explained. His voice lowered conspiratorially. "Driver always takes a coffee break for at least 15 minutes. We could grab some stuff and be gone before he comes back." While other boys nodded enthusiastically, John remained quiet, his mind calculating. When he finally spoke, his suggestion showed a strategic thinking beyond his years. "Why go after the truck?" he asked. "The storage room door has a broken lock. The pharmacist thinks nobody notices because he puts that big trash can in front of it. We could go in after closing, take what we want, and nobody would connect it to the delivery day." The older boys looked at him with newfound respect. Angelo nodded slowly. "That's smart, Gotti. Real smart." This early display of strategic thinking and observation would become hallmarks of John's approach to criminal activities as he grew older. He was learning not just to break rules, but to find the most efficient and least risky ways to do so. At home, Philomena noticed the changes in her son, his late returns home, the occasional unexplained new possession, his growing defiance. She would wait up for him, sitting by the window of their apartment, her hands busy with mending or rosary beads, her heart heavy with worry. "Where have you been, Giovanni?" she asked one night when he slipped in well past dinner time. "Out with friends, Ma," he replied, avoiding her gaze. "These friends," she said softly, "are they taking you somewhere good or somewhere bad?" John hesitated, something in his mother's tone reaching past his growing shell of toughness. "They're just guys from the neighborhood," he finally answered, a rare moment of vulnerability showing through. "We look out for each other." Philomena reached out to touch his cheek, a gesture he would have rejected had anyone else attempted it. "In this life, we become like those we surround ourselves with," she said. "Choose carefully, my son." But the pull of the streets was strong, offering immediate rewards and recognition that the legitimate world seemed to withhold from families like the Gottis. By 14, John had dropped out of school entirely, a decision that surprised no one who knew him. The educational system of the time had little to offer a street-smart boy with no interest in academic pursuits and a growing disdain for authority. His father's reaction to the school dropout was complicated by his own limited education and ambivalence toward institutions. "You think you're a man now?" John Sr. challenged his son over a sparse dinner. "Men provide for themselves. They don't just run wild in the streets." "I'll provide," young John answered with a confidence that both impressed and worried his father. "My way." The tension between father and son grew as John's street activities expanded. John Sr. was not a perfect man. He had his own temper, and had been known to resolve disputes with his fists, but he maintained a laborer's pride in earning an honest wage. The growing evidence that his son was choosing a different path created a rift between them that would never fully heal. During this period, John's physical presence began to match his developing street reputation. Though not tall, he would reach his adult height of 5'10" early. He carried himself with a natural confidence. His dark hair and eyes, combined with sharp features, gave him a striking appearance. He developed a distinctive way of dressing, showing an early preference for well-put-together outfits that set him apart from other neighborhood kids who wore whatever was available or practical. "Why do you need those fancy shoes?" his sister, Anna, asked him once, noticing a new pair that was clearly beyond their family's budget. John polished the shoes carefully with a cloth. "Because when people look at you, they decide in seconds what you're worth," he replied. displaying the understanding of appearance and perception that would later become part of his public persona. By 15, John's involvement with the Fulton Rockaway boys had deepened, and his criminal activities had graduated from petty theft to more organized operations. He had developed a reputation for both his quick temper and his loyalty to friends. Those who knew him spoke of how he would defend his gang members without hesitation, establishing early the code of loyalty that would define his later life. One incident in particular cemented his status among his peers. When a rival gang member attacked one of the younger boys in John's group, he orchestrated a response that was both swift and calculated. Rather than a direct confrontation that might attract police attention, he arranged for the rival's prized motorcycle to disappear, only to be found dismantled in a vacant lot days later. The message was clear: actions against John's people would be met with consequences. "Oh, you didn't have to do that," the younger boy told John afterward, a mixture of gratitude and awe in his voice. John shrugged, but his eyes were serious. "Nobody touches one of us without answering for it. That's how it works." As John approached his late teens, his activities began to attract the attention of more established criminal figures in the neighborhood. The local mob-connected men had observed the young Gotti's ability to organize his peers, his strategic thinking, and his unwavering adherence to the street code of loyalty and retribution. These were valuable traits in their world. One such figure was Carmine Fatico, a member of the Gambino crime family who ran various operations in the East New York area. Fatico operated out of a social club that served as a front for gambling and loan sharking activities. Young men from the neighborhood would sometimes do odd jobs for Fatico, making deliveries, keeping watch, or running messages. On a crisp autumn afternoon, not unlike the day John had been born 18 years earlier, Carmine approached him as he stood with friends on a street corner. "Are you Gotti's kid?" Carmine asked, though he clearly already knew the answer. "Yeah," John replied, meeting the older man's evaluating gaze without flinching. "I hear you're good at organizing things," Carmine said. "Smart. Got people who listen." "To you." John said nothing, waiting. "I could use someone to help with some deliveries, nothing complicated. Good money, though, better than whatever you're pulling in now." The offer hung in the air between them. John understood this moment for what it was, a threshold. Behind him lay the world of neighborhood gangs and petty crimes. Ahead was entry into something larger, more organized, more profitable, and infinitely more dangerous. "When do you need me?" John asked, his decision already made. Carmine smiled slightly, recognizing the ambition in the young man's eyes. "Tomorrow, 3 o'clock. Come to the club." As Carmine walked away, John's friends exchanged excited glances, understanding that their leader had just been recognized by someone with real power in their world. But John's expression remained measured, contemplative. In later years, he would identify this moment as the true beginning of his criminal career, the point where childhood games gave way to the adult business of organized crime. That night, as John lay in bed in the crowded apartment where he had grown up, listening to the sounds of his siblings breathing and the occasional distant siren, he thought about the path ahead, the world that had seemed so limited to the young boy. From the Bronx was opening up, revealing possibilities for wealth and power that had once seemed unreachable. The childhood of John Gotti was ending. The ambitious young man who would one day become the Teflon Don was emerging, shaped by the poverty of his early years. The street education that had replaced formal schooling, and the values, both traditional and distorted, that he had absorbed from family and neighborhood. In the darkness of that night, as the city hummed around him, John Gotti stood at the crossroads between the boy he had been and the man he would become. The choices he would make in the coming years would propel him to the heights of criminal power and ultimately lead to his downfall. But on that night, all futures seemed possible, all paths open. The story of the Dapper Don had begun in the simplest of circumstances. A child of immigrants, raised in poverty, seeking his place in a world that seemed designed to keep him in his predetermined station. How that child would transform himself into one of the most notorious crime bosses in American history is a tale of ambition, violence, loyalty, and betrayal that would unfold in the decades to come. In the shadow-kissed streets of East New York, where the amber glow of street lamps barely penetrated the darkness, young John Gotti was transforming. The restless energy that had defined his childhood was crystallizing into something harder, more purposeful. The neighborhood was changing too. The old social clubs growing quieter as whispered conversations replaced boisterous laughter, men in well-tailored suits appearing and disappearing like ghosts against the brick facades. It was the late 1950s, and John had left school behind. The rhythm of his days was no longer dictated by school bells, but by the silent code of the streets. At 17, his frame had filled out, his once boyish face hardening into handsome, angular features. His dark eyes, always alert, had gained a calculating quality that made older men take notice. The East New York neighborhood where John had spent his formative years was firmly under the influence of the Gambino crime family, one of the 5 powerful Mafia organizations that controlled New York City's underworld. For ambitious young men from poor backgrounds, the allure of the mob lifestyle was irresistible. The respect, the money, the power. John watched the local gangsters with their fine clothes and flashy cars, noting how shopkeepers nodded deferentially. As they passed, how women's eyes lingered on them. You know what separates them from us? John once asked his childhood friend Angelo Ruggiero, as they observed a known capo dining at their favorite local restaurant. Angelo shrugged, his round face contemplative. Money? No, John replied, straightening his posture. Respect. People. Look at them and see something worth respecting. I'm going to have that someday. Angelo nodded, knowing better than to doubt his friend. John had always possessed a certainty that bordered on the mystical. When he spoke of the future, it wasn't wishful thinking, but a declaration of inevitable fact. The path to that future began with small-time crimes, hijacking cargo trucks, from Kennedy Airport, boosting cars, running small gambling operations. John proved adept at organizing these ventures, demonstrating a natural talent for leadership that impressed the older criminals in the neighborhood. One cool autumn evening in 1958, John and Angelo were summoned to a back room at the Bergen Hunt and Fish Club in Ozone Park, Queens, a known Gambino family hangout. The air inside was thick with cigar smoke, casting everything in a dreamy haze. Several men sat around a felt-covered table playing cards. Among them was Agnello Della Croce, the feared underboss of the Gambino family. Della Croce was a man of contradictions, capable of both tremendous violence and surprising warmth. He had a square, imposing face that rarely betrayed emotion, but his eyes held a sharp intelligence. As John and Angelo entered, he looked up from his cards, studying them with an appraising gaze. "So you're the kids I've been hearing about," Della Croce said, his voice surprisingly soft for such an intimidating figure. John stood straight, meeting Della Croce's eyes with a confidence that belied his youth. "Yes, sir." The older gangster's mouth twitched in what might have been amusement. "Sit down." What followed was not an interrogation but a conversation about the neighborhood, about respect, about loyalty. Della Croce spoke, and John listened with the intensity of a student before a revered teacher. It was the beginning of a relationship that would shape the course of John's life, a mentorship that transcended the typical bonds of the criminal world. "There are 2 things a man needs in this life," Della Croce told John that night, the words embedding themselves in the young man's consciousness. "Respect and loyalty. Without them, you're nothing. With them, you can rule the world." As John left the club that night, the cool air a shock after the warm, smoky interior, he felt something shifting within him, as if the scattered pieces of his identity were finally falling into place. In Della Croce, he had found not just a potential patron but a model for the man he aspired to become. The early 1960s marked John's official induction into the Gambino family's sphere of influence. He wasn't yet a made man, That honor would come later, but he was recognized as an associate, a promising young talent worth nurturing. His responsibilities grew, as did his reputation for being both charming and dangerous, a combination that served him well in the underworld. In 1962, John married Victoria DiGiorgio, a young woman of Russian-Italian descent. Their wedding was a modest affair by mob standards, held at a local catering hall with family and a few select friends in attendance. Victoria, with her striking features and quiet strength, seemed to ground John in ways nothing else could. "You look beautiful," he whispered to her during their first dance, genuine tenderness softening his usually guarded expression. Victoria smiled, her eyes reflecting both love and worry. "Promise me something, John." "Anything." "Promise me that? No matter what happens out there." She gestured vaguely toward the world beyond the reception hall. "In here, with us, you'll always be just John." He pulled her closer, breathing in the scent of her perfume. "I promise." It was a promise he would struggle to keep as the years passed and his ambitions grew. Their home life, however, remained a sanctuary of normalcy amid the increasing chaos of his criminal career. They would eventually have 5 children together: Angela, Victoria, John Jr., Frank, and Peter, creating a family that John fiercely protected and kept separate from his underworld activities. The year 1963 brought John his first significant brush with the law. He was arrested for stealing a cement mixer, a relatively minor crime that nonetheless resulted in his first prison sentence. The experience was transformative, not because it deterred him from criminal activity, but because it taught him valuable lessons about the system he was operating against. The prison was a cold grey place, the constant noise a stark contrast to the controlled quiet of the mob social clubs John had grown accustomed to. In the recreation yard, surrounded by concrete and chain link, he met an older inmate named Carmine, a former Lucchese family associate who had fallen on hard times. "You know what your problem is, kid?" Carmine asked one day as they walked the perimeter of the yard. "You think you're smarter than the cops?" John raised an eyebrow. "Maybe I am." Carmine laughed, the sound hollow in the open air. "No one's smarter than the system, but you can be more careful, more patient. The guys who get caught are the ones who get greedy or sloppy or both." That night, lying on his narrow bunk as the sounds of the prison echoed around him, John considered Carmine's words. He wasn't wrong. John had been careless, taking unnecessary risks for relatively small gains. If he was going to build the future he envisioned, he needed to be more strategic, more disciplined. Upon his release in 1964, John returned to his criminal activities with renewed focus. He became known for his meticulous planning and his ability to maintain a cool head under pressure. These qualities caught the attention of Gambino family leadership, particularly Della Croce, who began entrusting John with increasingly important responsibilities. By the mid-1960s, John had established himself as a rising star within the Gambino organization. He had assembled a crew of loyal associates, including his childhood friends Angelo Ruggiero and Wilfred Willie Boy Johnson, and newer additions like Salvatore, Sammy the Bull, Gravano. Together they ran various rackets, loan sharking, gambling, hijacking, generating substantial income for themselves and the family. John's growing success was reflected in his appearance. Gone were the casual clothes of his youth, replaced by custom-made suits and Italian leather shoes. He cultivated an image of sophistication and success, understanding instinctively that perception often shaped reality in their world. One evening in 1966, John was summoned to a meeting with Carlo Gambino, the head of the family. Gambino was a different kind of boss than what John was accustomed to. Quiet, unassuming, preferring to operate in the shadows rather than drawing attention to himself. Despite his understated demeanor, Gambino wielded immense power, controlling an empire that stretched across New York and beyond. The meeting took place in a small, unassuming restaurant in Brooklyn. Gambino sat at a corner table, a plate of pasta untouched before him. As John approached, the older man gestured for him to sit. "John Gotti," Gambino said, his accent thick but his English precise. "I've heard good things about you from Aniello." John nodded, careful to maintain the right balance of confidence and respect. "Thank you, Mr. Gambino. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you." Gambino studied him for a moment, his eyes revealing nothing. "You know, young men in our business often make the mistake of confusing attention with success. They want to be seen, to be known." He paused, taking a sip of water. "The truly successful man is the one no one notices until it's too late," was advice that ran counter to John's natural inclinations. He was drawn to the spotlight, to the respect and fear that came with a public reputation. Yet he understood the wisdom in Gambino's words, the survival strategy that had kept the older man at the top for so long. "I understand, Mr. Gambino," John replied, though internally he was already formulating his own philosophy of power, one that would eventually set him on a collision course with the traditional Mafia approach. As the 1960s progressed, John's criminal career continued to flourish. He became known for his fierce loyalty to his crew and his equally fierce retribution against those who crossed him. Stories circulated about his violent temper, though he was careful to keep his most extreme actions hidden from public view. In 1969, John faced another arrest, this time for hijacking. The evidence against him was substantial, and he was sentenced to 3 years in federal prison. It was a significant setback, separating him from his family and interrupting his rise within the Gambino organization. Lewisburg Federal Penitentiary was a harsher environment than his previous prison experience. The population included not just local criminals but federal offenders from across the country, bank robbers, counterfeiters, and other organized crime figures. John adapted quickly, establishing himself as someone not to be trifled with, while also building a network of useful connections. During his incarceration, John spent long hours in the prison library, reading books on history, psychology, and strategy. He was particularly drawn to works about great military leaders and political figures, studying their methods of controlling and motivating others. "You know what Caesar said?" John asked Sammy Gravano, who was serving time for a separate offense during one of their yard conversations. "It's not enough to succeed, others must fail." I always thought that was just about being competitive, but now I see it differently. It's about making sure your success is visible, that people can see the difference between those who are with you and those who are against you. Gravano nodded, his stocky frame leaning against the yard fence. "That's why people follow you, John. You make it clear what the benefits are." John smiled, pleased by the observation. "Exactly. Fear only gets you so far. People need to see that loyalty has rewards." These prison years, while difficult, provided John with time to refine his thinking and plan for the future. He maintained contact with Della Croce through coded messages and occasional visits, ensuring that his position within the family would be secure upon his release. When John returned to the streets in 1972, he found a changed landscape. Carlo Gambino was still in power, but his health was failing. The other families were experiencing internal conflicts, creating both opportunities and dangers for ambitious men like John. Della Croce welcomed John back into the fold with increased responsibilities. Now in his 30s, John had gained a maturity and strategic thinking that complemented his natural charisma and ruthlessness. He expanded his crew's operations, moving beyond traditional rackets into more sophisticated schemes involving construction unions and waste management. One cool spring evening in 1973, John sat with Della Croce in the back room of the Bergin Hunt and Fish Club, the same place where their relationship had begun years earlier. The room was quiet, the usual crowd of associates having been dismissed to give the two men privacy. "Things are changing, John," Della Croce said, his voice carrying the weight of concern. "Carlo won't be with us much longer, and when he goes—" He trailed off, leaving the implications unspoken. John nodded, understanding the subtext. The succession within the Gambino family was not clear-cut, and the resulting power struggle could be dangerous for everyone involved. "Whatever happens," John said, his voice firm with conviction, "I'm with you." Della Croce's weathered face softened slightly. "I know, that's why I wanted to talk to you. You've proven yourself, John. It's time for you to become a made man." The words hung in the air between them, heavy with significance. Being made, formally inducted into the Cosa Nostra, was the culmination of John's long journey from street kid to respected gangster. It represented not just an elevation in status, but a transformation of identity. The ceremony took place a month later in a small apartment in Queens. Present were Della Croce, several high-ranking members of the Gambino family, and John. The ritual was ancient, steeped in Sicilian tradition, the pricking of John's trigger finger, the burning of a saint's card in his palm, the oath of loyalty unto death. "This thing of ours," Della Croce intoned, using the traditional phrase for the Mafia, "is now your life, your first family, your only family when it comes to matters of business and honor." As John repeated the sacred oath, he felt a profound sense of arrival. The streets of East New York seemed a lifetime away, yet they had led him inexorably to this moment. He was no longer John Gotti, the ambitious associate, but John Gotti, the made man, a soldier in the Gambino family with all the rights and responsibilities that entailed. In the years that followed his induction, John continued to build his reputation and expand his influence. His crew became one of the most profitable in the family, known for both their earning ability and their absolute loyalty to John. He cultivated relationships with other made men across the 5 families, always with an eye toward the future and the possibilities it held. By the mid-1970s, as his early mobster years were giving way to his dramatic rise to power, John Gotti had established himself as a force to be reckoned with in the New York underworld. The street kid from East New York had transformed himself into a sophisticated gangster, respected and feared in equal measure. Yet beneath the custom suits and confident demeanor, the essence of that determined young man remained: the hunger for respect, the unwavering loyalty to those who earned it, and the ruthless ambition that would eventually carry him to heights few in the American Mafia had ever reached, and to depths from which there would be no return. As the winter of 1972 settled over New York City, a chill permeated the streets of Queens that had nothing to do with the weather. In the neighborhood of Ozone Park, frost gathered on the windows of the Bergen Hunt and Fish Club, a modest storefront. That served as the headquarters for Carmine Fatico's crew within the Gambino crime family. Inside, amid the haze of cigar smoke and the quiet murmur of hushed conversations, sat John Gotti, his dark eyes calculating as he listened to the older men discuss business. At 32, Gotti had established himself as a rising star within the Gambino family. His reputation for violence was matched only by his ambition, a combination that had caught the attention of the family's leadership. His early work as an enforcer and hijacker had proven his loyalty and effectiveness, but Gotti hungered for more. He wanted respect, power, and most importantly, he wanted to be wealthy beyond his wildest dreams. "You know what your problem is, Johnny?" said Agnello Della Croce, the underboss of the Gambino family, as he leaned back in his chair one evening. Della Croce, a feared and respected figure within the organization, had taken a particular interest in Gotti. "What's that, Mr. Della Croce?" Gotti asked, his voice respectful yet confident. "You're too impatient," Della Croce replied, his weathered face creasing into a rare smile. "But I like that about you. Just remember, in our world, timing is everything." Della Croce had become more than just a superior to Gotti. He was a mentor, a father figure who saw in the younger man a reflection of his own ruthless determination. Under Della Croce's wing, Gotti began to understand the intricacies of the family's operations beyond mere muscle work. He learned about loan sharking, gambling operations, and the delicate balance of relationships that kept the Mafia functioning. The relationship between the two men deepened in 1973 when Carlo Gambino, the family's boss, made a decision that would alter the course of Gotti's career. Gambino appointed Della Croce as the capo of the Bergin crew, the very crew that Gotti belonged to. This promotion placed Gotti directly under his mentor's command, providing him with unprecedented access to the inner workings of the family. "The old man sees something in you," Della Croce told Gotti one night as they shared a bottle of scotch in the back room of the Bergin Club. "Don't disappoint him. Don't disappoint me." Gotti nodded, understanding the weight of those words. "I won't," he promised, his voice steady. As the mid-1970s approached, Gotti's influence within the Bergin crew grew steadily. He became known for his ability to generate significant income through various rackets, particularly hijacking and loan sharking. His crew members respected him not only for his earning ability, but also for his willingness to share the profits generously with those loyal to him. "How you take care of your people, they take care of you," Gotti often said, a philosophy that earned him devoted followers. One cool autumn evening in 1975, Gotti sat in his favorite booth at Valentino's, a small Italian restaurant in Queens. Across from him was his childhood friend Angelo Ruggiero, whose loyalty to Gotti was unquestioned. "Things are changing, Angie," Gotti said, twirling spaghetti around his fork. "The old ways aren't enough anymore. We need to think bigger." Ruggiero nodded, understanding his friend's ambition. "What do you have in mind, Johnny?" Gotti leaned forward, lowering his voice. "Construction, unions, the real money's there. Not this nickel and dime stuff we've been doing." Indeed, Gotti had begun to recognize that the future of organized crime lay in infiltrating legitimate businesses and unions. The construction boom in New York presented lucrative opportunities for those willing to exert influence through intimidation and strategic alliances. Throughout 1975 and 1976, Gotti worked diligently to expand his influence within the construction industry. He established connections with union officials, offering protection and favors in exchange for control over job sites and contracts. His efforts did not go unnoticed by the family's leadership. "You're making waves, Johnny," Della Croce warned him during a private meeting. "Good waves, but waves nonetheless. Be careful. Not everyone appreciates ambition." Della Croce's warning was prophetic. As Gotti's star rose within the Gambino family, so did the attention from law enforcement. The FBI had begun to take notice of the charismatic gangster, whose operations were expanding at an unprecedented rate. In the spring of 1976, disaster struck. A sting operation resulted in Gotti's arrest for attempted murder. The charge stemmed from an incident involving a member of the Irish gang who had killed a nephew of Carlo Gambino. Gotti had been sent to avenge the death, but the operation had gone awry, leading to his identification and subsequent arrest. The concrete walls of the prison cell closed in around Gotti as he contemplated his fate. 4 years. That was the sentence, handed down to him. 4 years away from his wife Victoria, his children, and most importantly away from the streets where his power was growing. "This is a setback, not the end," Della Croce told him during a visit to the prison. "Use this time. Wisely learn, think, plan, and learn he did." Gotti spent his time in prison, studying the operations of the Gambino family from a distance, analyzing the strengths and weaknesses of its structure. He read books on business and leadership, understanding that to truly rise in the ranks, he needed to be more than just a feared enforcer. During his incarceration, Gotti maintained his connections through visitors and messages passed along by associates. He remained informed about the changes occurring within the family and the shifting dynamics of power. Most significantly, he learned of tensions developing between Della Croce and the new acting boss, Paul Castellano. Carlo Gambino had died in 1976, shortly after Gotti's imprisonment, and had appointed his brother-in-law, Paul Castellano, as his successor. This decision had created a rift within the family. as many members, particularly those loyal to Della Croce, felt that Della Croce should have been given the position. "Castellano doesn't understand our world," Ruggiero told Gotti during a visit. "He sits in his mansion on Staten Island, eating fancy meals while the rest of us are on the streets making his money." Gotti listened carefully, filing away this information. The divide between Castellano and Della Croce represented an opportunity, one that he would exploit when the time was right. In 1977, tragedy struck the Gotti family when his youngest son, Frank, was killed in an accident. A neighbor, John Favre, had accidentally hit the boy with his car while he was riding his bike. The loss devastated Gotti, who was still serving his prison sentence and could not attend his son's funeral. The pain of losing his child hardened something inside Gotti. His ambition, already substantial, became tinged with a new ruthlessness. When he was released from prison in 1978, those close to him noticed a change in his demeanor. The charming, gregarious gangster was still there, but beneath the surface lurked a colder, more calculating individual. John Favara disappeared 4 months after the accident, never to be seen again. While Gotti was never officially connected to the disappearance, few doubted his involvement. Upon his return to the streets of New York, Gotti found a changed landscape. Castellano's leadership style had created dissension within the ranks. Unlike Gambino, who had maintained a low profile while effectively managing the family's operations, Castellano was flashy and detached from the day-to-day activities of the street crews. "He doesn't get it," Gotti complained to Della Croce one evening, as they sat in the back room of the Bergen Club. "He's turning his back on what built this thing of ours. The gambling, the loan sharking, the protection. He thinks we're beneath him." Della Croce, ever the diplomat, cautioned patience. "The boss is the boss, Johnny. For now we work with what we have." But Gotti's frustration with Castellano only grew as the months passed. Castellano had implemented new rules regarding drug dealing, officially prohibiting family members from engaging in narcotics trafficking. This decree was viewed as hypocritical by many, including Gotti, who knew that Castellano turned a blind eye to certain crews involved in the drug trade as long as he received his share of the profits. Despite these tensions, Gotti's position within the family continued to strengthen. By 1979, he had been officially inducted as a made man in the Gambino family, a status that provided him with greater protection and authority. His crew, operating out of the Bergen Club, became one of the most profitable within the organization. The early 1980s marked a turning point in Gotti's career. His brother Gene had become involved in the heroin trade, operating as part of a network known as the Pleasant Avenue Connection. While John officially maintained distance from these operations to adhere to Castellano's rules, he was widely suspected of benefiting from the substantial profits they generated. In 1980, tragedy struck the Gotti family once again when Gene was arrested for heroin trafficking. The case against him was strong, and he eventually received a sentence of 50 years in prison. This development placed John in a precarious position, as it highlighted the connection between his crew and the drug trade that Castellano had forbidden. "Castellano's going to use this against me," Gotti confided to Ruggiero. "He's been looking for an excuse to clip my wings." Indeed, Castellano was displeased with the attention that Gene's arrest had brought to the family. The drug charges violated his explicit orders and made the organization vulnerable to increased scrutiny from law enforcement. There were rumors that Castellano was considering dissolving the Bergen crew entirely, a move that would significantly diminish Gotti's power base. What saved Gotti from Castellano's wrath was the unwavering support of Della Croce. The underboss stood firmly behind his protégé, using his considerable influence to shield Gotti from any retribution. This protection, however, came with a price. Gotti was expected to maintain a lower profile and avoid actions that might further antagonize Castellano. For a time, Gotti complied, focusing on expanding his legitimate business interests while continuing to oversee his crew's traditional rackets. He invested in restaurants, nightclubs, and construction companies, creating a veneer of legitimacy that helped deflect some of the attention from law enforcement. But beneath this facade of compliance, Gotti's ambition continued to simmer. He carefully cultivated relationships with other capos who shared his dissatisfaction with Castellano's leadership, building a coalition of support that would prove invaluable in the years to come. In 1981, the FBI, as part of a broader investigation into organized crime, installed listening devices in the Bergen Hunt and Fish Club. These bugs captured numerous conversations between Gotti and his associates, providing law enforcement with valuable intelligence about the inner workings of his crew and the broader Gambino family. Despite this surveillance, Gotti's operations continued to thrive. His ability to generate income for the family, combined with his charismatic leadership style, had earned him the nickname the Golden Boy among certain circles within the organization. By 1983, Gotti had solidified his position as one of the most powerful capos within the Gambino family. His crew, now numbering dozens of made men and associates, controlled lucrative rackets throughout Queens and parts of Manhattan. Their activities ranged from traditional mafia enterprises like gambling, hand loan sharking to more sophisticated schemes involving labor racketeering and construction industry extortion. "How you've built something here," Della Croce told him during a quiet moment at the Bergen Club. "Something that could last beyond both of us if you play your cards right." Gotti nodded, understanding the implicit message in his mentor's words. Della Croce was grooming him for greater responsibilities within the family, perhaps even leadership one day. The possibility of ascending to the highest ranks of the Gambino family seemed increasingly realistic as tensions between Castellano and various factions within the organization continued to mount. Castellano's focus on white-collar crime and legitimate businesses alienated many traditional gangsters who felt that he had lost touch with the street-level operations that were the backbone of the family's power. As 1984 dawned, the stage was being set for a dramatic shift in the power dynamics of the Gambino crime family. Gotti, with his combination of street smarts, business acumen, and ruthless ambition, was positioning himself to capitalize on the growing discontent with Castellano's leadership. But before any move could be made, Gotti needed to consolidate his support base and ensure that when the time came he would have the backing necessary to succeed. He spent the early months of 1984 strengthening his alliances with other capos, particularly those who controlled significant territories and manpower. "The winds are changing," he told Ruggiero one evening as they drove through the streets of Queens. "We need to be ready when they do." Little did Gotti know that events would soon unfold that would accelerate his rise to power beyond anything he could have anticipated. The coming years would test his resolve, his loyalty, and his ability to navigate the treacherous waters of organized crime at the highest levels. But for now, he remained patient, waiting for the perfect moment to make his move. The night wrapped itself around the streets of Queens like a silk cloak, obscuring the movements of the men who thrived in its shadows. John Gotti stood at the window of his modest home, gazing out at the quiet neighborhood that had no idea what transpired behind closed doors. His reflection in the glass showed a man transformed from the scrappy youth who had once run the streets of East New York. Now in his mid-30s, Gotti had cultivated the polished appearance that would become his trademark: immaculately tailored suits, perfectly coiffed hair, and an air of untouchable confidence. December 1972 marked a turning point in Gotti's criminal ascension. The disappearance of James McBratney, the man responsible for kidnapping and killing Carlo Gambino's nephew, had been meticulously planned. Gotti, along with Ralphie Wiggs Gallioni and Angelo Ruggiero, had tracked McBratney to Snoop's Bar and Grill on Staten Island. The hit wasn't clean. It had spiraled into chaos when McBratney, a formidable man, fought back fiercely. Multiple shots were fired in the crowded bar, witnesses scattered in terror, and the aftermath left a trail that would eventually lead back to Gotti. "You did what needed to be done," Agnello Della Croce had told him privately after the hit, his voice carrying the weight of approval that Gotti craved. "But remember, John, our thing lives in the shadows. Too much attention is poison." Della Croce, the underboss of the Gambino family and Gotti's mentor, understood the delicate balance between making a name for oneself and maintaining the necessary discretion that allowed their world to function. Gotti nodded respectfully, but somewhere inside him, a different vision was forming, one where power wasn't hidden but displayed for all to see. The McBratney hit had accomplished something crucial for Gotti. It had caught the attention of Carlo Gambino himself, the quiet, calculating boss of the most powerful crime family in New York. Gambino recognized Gotti's potential, his fearlessness, and his loyalty to the organization. But he also saw something that concerned him: Gotti's hunger for recognition, his flamboyance, his inability to fade into the background. "I want you to understand something," Gambino had said during a private meeting with Gotti in early 1973, his voice barely above a whisper as they walked through the garden behind his modest Staten Island home. "This thing of ours has survived for generations because we know when to blend into the wallpaper. The loudest voice in the room is often the first to be silenced." Gotti listened respectfully, but those who knew him best could see that these lessons in discretion didn't quite take root. Even as he faced the consequences of the McBratney murder, his arrest in June 1974 after an informant identified him, Gotti maintained the demeanor of a man who believed himself untouchable. The legal aftermath of the McBratney hit should have been devastating. Facing a potential life sentence for murder, Gotti's future hung in the balance, but here the intervention of his powerful patrons proved invaluable. Carlo Gambino personally selected and paid for Gotti's attorney, and through careful maneuvering, the murder charge was reduced to attempted manslaughter. "You're looking at 4 years, his lawyer had informed him in the sterile consultation room of the courthouse. "It could have been life." Gotti nodded, his face betraying no emotion. 4 years is nothing. It's school. And school it was. Gotti's time at Greenhaven Correctional Facility, from 1975 to 1977, served as a criminal graduate program. Behind those walls, he forged connections with other mobsters and criminals from across the New York underworld. He studied the organization's structure, learned the intricacies of various rackets, and most importantly, cultivated the patience that had previously eluded him. During this period of incarceration, Gotti received regular visits from Angelo Ruggiero and his brother Gene, keeping him connected to the outside world and the ongoing operations of the Gambino family. But perhaps most significantly, Agnello Della Croce maintained contact, ensuring Gotti understood that his place in the organization remained secure. "You're not forgotten," Della Croce assured him during one visit, sliding a small package of homemade cookies across the table, a gift from his wife. "When you come home, there will be work to do." In those prison yards and mess halls, Gotti refined his understanding of power, not just how to seize it, but how to maintain it. He observed how respect was currency among men who had nothing else, and how fear, while effective, was a blunt instrument compared to the scalpel of loyalty, inspired by respect. While Gotti served his time, the landscape of organized crime in New York was shifting. Carlo Gambino's health was failing, and questions of succession loomed large. The natural heir appeared to be Agnello Della Croce, respected and feared in equal measure. But Gambino had other plans. In October 1976, while Gotti remained behind, Bar's Carlo Gambino died of natural causes, a rarity in their world. To the surprise of many, he had appointed his brother-in-law, Paul Castellano, as the new boss of the Gambino crime family. Della Croce, despite his seniority and standing, was passed over. This decision created a fault line within the family that would eventually crack wide open under Gotti's pressure. When John Gotti walked out of Greenhaven in July 1977, he returned to a changed organization. His mentor Della Croce remained underboss, maintaining control over the Manhattan crews, including Gotti's, but the family now answered to Paul Castellano, a man whose style and priorities differed dramatically from Gotti's own. "Things are different now," Angelo Ruggiero told Gotti as they drove away from the prison, the summer heat shimmering off the highway. "Castellano runs things like a business. Less action on the street, more focus on construction, unions, legitimate stuff." Gotti's lip curled slightly. "There's nothing legitimate about our thing, Angie. Never has been, never will be. We're predators, not businessmen. This fundamental difference in philosophy would eventually prove fatal for one of them." But in 1977, Gotti was focused on re-establishing himself and making up for lost time. He returned to his crew in the Bergin Hunt and Fish Club in Ozone Park, Queens, and immersed himself in the traditional money-making ventures, loan sharking, gambling operations, hijacking, and protection, rackets. Under Della Croce's protection, Gotti's crew flourished. His reputation for violence combined with his charisma created a magnetic effect, drawing ambitious young criminals eager to associate with him. Among these was Salvatore "Sammy the Bull" Gravano, a feared enforcer whose partnership with Gotti would prove pivotal in the years to come. "John had something special," Gravano would later recall. "When he walked into a room, everyone noticed. He had an energy about him, a confidence that made you want to follow him. You believed he could never lose." By 1979, Gotti's earnings for the family had increased substantially. His crew was generating millions annually from various rackets, and his personal wealth allowed him to maintain the lifestyle that he believed a man of his stature deserved. The hand-tailored suits from Manhattan, the nights at the Copacabana, the generous tips that ensured everyone remembered his name. His brother Gene had also been released from prison and joined John's crew, strengthening their operations. The Bergin became known as one of the most profitable crews in the Gambino family, with John Gotti's reputation growing accordingly. But with this increased profile came increased scrutiny, both from law enforcement and from within the family itself. Paul Castellano, from his mansion on Staten Island, that mobsters mockingly called the White House, watched Gotti's rise with growing concern. Castellano, who styled himself as a businessman rather than a gangster, disapproved of Gotti's flamboyant style and his continued involvement in street-level crime, particularly drug dealing. "Narcotics is a dirty business," Castellano had declared in a meeting of capos. "Anyone caught dealing drugs will be dealt with severely." This pronouncement was particularly problematic for Gotti, as his crew was heavily involved in the drug trade, though careful to keep Gotti himself at a distance from direct involvement. Angelo Ruggiero, Gotti's right-hand man, was especially deep in the heroin business, creating a vulnerability that would eventually prove costly. The year 1980 brought personal tragedy that would forever alter Gotti's life, and some say his character. On March 18th, while riding his bike near their home in Howard Beach, Gotti's 12-year-old son, Frank, was struck by a car and killed. The driver was John Favara, a neighbor who worked as a furniture store employee. The accident was just that, a tragic accident. But in the world of John Gotti, such distinctions held little meaning. The Gotti family's grief was all-consuming. Victoria Gotti, John's wife, fell into a deep depression, while John himself became even more withdrawn and intense. Favara, understanding the danger he was in, made plans to relocate his family. But before he could leave on July 28, 1980, he disappeared. Witnesses reported seeing Favara being forced into a van near his workplace. His body was never found. While Gotti was reportedly in Florida at the time of Favara's disappearance, few doubted his involvement in ordering the hit. This personal vendetta, carried out despite the unsanctioned nature of the killing, demonstrated Gotti's growing sense of impunity and the depth of loyalty his crew felt toward him. The early 1980s saw Gotti's influence continue to grow within the Gambino family. His crew expanded their operations, and his close relationship with Della Croce provided him with protection from Castellano's increasing scrutiny. But tensions within the family were building, particularly as law enforcement pressure intensified. 1983, a major investigation targeted Angelo Ruggiero for heroin trafficking. The FBI had installed listening devices in Ruggiero's home, capturing countless hours of conversations about family business, including disparaging remarks about Paul Castellano made by both Ruggiero and, by implication, Gotti himself. When Castellano demanded the tapes to hear for himself what was being said, Gotti found himself in an impossible position. To surrender the tapes would expose not only the drug operations that Castellano had forbidden, but also the disrespect and potential disloyalty toward the boss. To refuse would be a direct act of insubordination. "He wants the tapes, John," Della Croce told Gotti during a tense meeting at the Bergin. "I can't hold him off forever." Gotti's eyes hardened. "Those tapes will never leave our hands, not while I'm breathing. He's looking for an excuse, Nell. We both know it." Della Croce, caught between his loyalty to his boss and his affection for his protégé, managed to delay the inevitable confrontation. But the situation was becoming untenable, a pressure cooker building toward explosion. By 1985, the stage was set for the move that would propel John Gotti to the heights of power in the American Mafia. The protection that Della Croce had provided was about to disappear. On December 2, 1985, Agnello Della Croce died of cancer at age 71, removing the buffer between Gotti and Castellano. Gotti stood at Della Croce's wake, his face a mask of grief and rage. With his mentor gone, he knew Castellano would move against him and his crew. The boss had already reassigned Gotti's crew to another capo, a clear signal of his intentions. As mourners filed past Della Croce's casket, Gotti pulled Sammy Gravano and Frank DeCicco aside. "It's time," he said simply, his voice low but resolute. "We move before he does." The plan they formed in those dark December days would change the face of the American Mafia forever. Gotti wasn't simply planning to survive Castellano's wrath. He was planning to replace him. The audacity of the move was unprecedented. To kill a boss without the sanction of the Commission, the governing body of the American Mafia, was to break the most fundamental rule of their world. But John Gotti had never been one to follow rules that stood in his way. As 1985 drew to a close, he prepared to make his most decisive move yet, one that would either secure his place at the pinnacle of organized crime or end with his death. The Dapper Don was about to risk everything for the crown, setting in motion events that would ultimately lead to both his greatest triumph and his eventual downfall. In the winter of 1986, New York City was gripped by an unusual chill that seemed to penetrate the very bones of the metropolis, the kind of cold that made even the most hardened criminals seek warmth in their favorite haunts, their breaths visible in small clouds as they whispered about business in dimly lit back rooms. But for one man, the bitter cold seemed inconsequential. John Gotti walked through the frost-covered streets of Little Italy with an air of invincibility that radiated from him like heat. The Ravenite Social Club on Mulberry Street had become his unofficial throne room. The modest storefront with its unassuming facade belied its importance in the underworld hierarchy. Inside, the air was thick with cigar smoke and the scent of expensive cologne. Men in tailored suits nodded respectfully as Gotti entered, his own suit impeccably cut from the finest Italian fabric, his tie a splash of bold color against the pristine white of his shirt. "Good evening, gentlemen," Gotti announced, his voice carrying the confidence of a man who had achieved what many thought impossible. He had ascended to the highest position in the Gambino crime family, one of the 5 powerful mafia families that controlled New York's underworld. But unlike his predecessors who operated in the shadows, John Gotti embraced the spotlight with open arms. Sammy the Bull Gravano, Gotti's underboss and trusted confidant, approached him with a glass of scotch. "The papers are calling you the Dapper Don now," Gravano said with a smirk, handing over the drink. Gotti accepted the glass, a small smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "And what do you think of that, Sammy?" "I think they're not wrong," Gravano replied. "You've got style, John. No one can deny that." And indeed, no one could. John Gotti had transformed the image of the American mob boss. Gone were the days of the rumpled, understated gangster trying to blend into the background. Gotti was flamboyant, charismatic, and unapologetically visible. His wardrobe was estimated to be worth thousands, with custom-made suits from the finest tailors and silk. Ties that cost more than what many New Yorkers earned in a week. The media couldn't get enough of him. The Dapper Don, or the Teflon Don as he was also known, a nickname earned after his successful evasion of conviction in several high-profile trials, was a regular fixture in the tabloids and on television news. He was the celebrity gangster, a contradiction that fascinated the American public. "The feds are watching the club again," Angelo Ruggiero, another loyal member of Gotti's crew, mentioned casually as he joined them. Gotti's eyes narrowed slightly, but his composed demeanor remained intact. "Let them watch," he said dismissively. "They've been watching for years. What have they got to show for it?" The men around him chuckled appreciatively. Gotti had beaten the system multiple times. The Federal Bureau of Investigation had been trying to build a case against him for years, but charges never seemed to stick. Hence the Teflon moniker. His legal team, headed by the flamboyant attorney Bruce Cutler, had successfully defended him against racketeering charges in 1986, securing an acquittal that further cemented Gotti's reputation as untouchable. Later that evening, in the private back room of the Ravenite, Gotti sat at the head of a large table surrounded by his closest associates. The room was secure, regularly swept for bugs, and with trusted men standing guard outside. It was here that the real business of the Gambino family was discussed. "The construction unions are falling in line," reported Frank Costello, Gotti's consigliere. "The kickbacks from the contracts should start flowing more steadily now." Gotti nodded, satisfied. Under his leadership, the Gambino family had expanded its influence in construction, garbage hauling, garment manufacturing, and various other industries. The family's annual income was estimated to be in the hundreds of millions, with Gotti himself reportedly earning around 10–15 million per year. "And what about our friends across the river?" Gotti inquired, referring to their operations in New Jersey. "Everything's smooth," Gravano assured him. "The De Cavalcante family knows their place. They're not looking to cause any trouble." The relationship between the New York families and their New Jersey counterparts was complex, a delicate balance of respect and territorial boundaries. Gotti had managed to maintain these relationships through a combination of diplomacy and the implicit threat of his formidable power. As the meeting continued into the night, Gotti listened attentively to reports from different sectors of his criminal empire. He was known for his hands-on approach to leadership, wanting to be informed about every aspect of the family's business. This micromanagement style was unusual for a boss of his stature, but it was part of what made Gotti unique. "There's one more thing, John," Gravano said as the meeting was winding down. "The Russians are trying to move in on Brighton Beach. They're getting bolder." Brighton Beach, a neighborhood in Brooklyn, had long been under the influence of the Italian-American Mafia. The influx of Russian immigrants in the 1970s and 80s had led to the rise of Russian organized crime groups who were now seeking to carve out their own territory. Gotti considered this information thoughtfully. The landscape of organized crime in New York was changing, becoming more diverse and complex. New players were entering the field, challenging the traditional power structures. "Send a message," Gotti finally said. "Nothing too drastic. Just enough to remind them who runs this city." The men around the table nodded in understanding. In the world they inhabited, messages were often delivered through carefully calibrated acts of violence or intimidation, enough to establish boundaries without inviting unnecessary attention from law enforcement. As the meeting concluded, Gotti stood up, straightening his suit jacket with a practiced gesture. "Gentlemen, I appreciate your dedication to our family," he said, his tone sincere. Despite his ruthless reputation, Gotti commanded genuine loyalty from many of his men. He was known for his generosity, often handing out large cash bonuses to his crew and supporting the families of imprisoned associates. Outside the Ravenite, the night had grown even colder. Gotti's driver waited with the car, a black Lincoln Continental with tinted windows. Before getting in, Gotti paused to look. Up at the New York skyline, the city lights glowing against the dark winter sky. "Beautiful, isn't it?" he remarked to Gravano, who was walking with him to the car. "It's our city, John," Gravano replied. "You made it ours." Gotti smiled, a rare, genuine smile that few outside his inner circle ever witnessed. In that moment, he was not just the feared Mafia boss, but a man who had risen from the poverty of the South Bronx to command an empire. A man who, in his own way, had achieved the American dream, albeit through means that existed outside the boundaries of the law. The following morning, Gotti awoke in his modest home in Howard Beach, Queens. Despite his wealth and power, he had chosen to remain in the middle-class neighborhood where he had raised his family. It was a deliberate choice, a connection to his roots and a statement that for all his flamboyance he was still a man of the people. His wife, Victoria, was already up, preparing breakfast in the kitchen. Their relationship was complex. She had stood by him through decades of criminal activities, arrests and trials, maintaining a public silence about her husband's business. In the privacy of their home, however, she was one of the few people who could speak to Gotti as an equal. "The Times has another article about you," she said, sliding the newspaper across the kitchen table as he sat down. Gotti glanced at the headline. "Gotti, the Mafia's celebrity boss." The article was accompanied by a photograph of him leaving the federal courthouse after his latest acquittal, smiling confidently at the cameras. "They can't get enough of me," he commented with a hint of amusement. Victoria gave him a look that was part exasperation, part concern. "You know what your father would say about all this attention." John Gotti Sr., a day laborer and small-time gambler, had instilled in his son a deep distrust of authority and a belief in the value of keeping one's business private. The elder Gotti would likely have been horrified by his son's public profile. "Times change, Victoria," Gotti replied. "The old ways aren't always the best ways." After breakfast, Gotti prepared for his day. His routine was well established. He would visit various businesses under his control, meet with associates, and eventually make his way to the Ravenite in the evening. But first, there was a more personal stop to make. In the quiet of a cemetery in Queens, Gotti stood before the grave of his youngest son, Frank. The boy had been killed in a traffic accident in 1980 when a neighbor, John Favara, accidentally struck him with his car. Months later, Favara disappeared, never to be seen again. Though Gotti was never charged in connection with Favara's disappearance, rumors abounded about his involvement. The loss of Frank had been a profound turning point in Gotti's life. Those close to him noted a hardening, a sharpening of his already formidable ambition and ruthlessness after his son's death. Yet in moments like this, standing alone at the grave, the vulnerability of the man behind the fearsome reputation was briefly visible. "I made it to the top, Frankie," Gotti whispered, placing a small toy car on the gravestone, a ritual he had maintained for years. "Just like I always said I would." By midday, Gotti was back in his element, holding court at a restaurant in Biesi, Little Italy. The establishment was one of many in the neighborhood that paid tribute to the Gambino family, providing free meals and a private space for Gotti and his associates to conduct business. FBI agent Jack Garcia, part of the team assigned to surveillance of Gotti, watched from an unmarked car across the street. "He's not even trying to hide," Garcia remarked to his partner. "It's like he's daring us to come after him." Indeed, Gotti's brazenness was unprecedented. Where previous Mafia bosses had gone to great lengths to avoid public attention, Gotti seemed to revel in it. He gave impromptu interviews to reporters, attended high-profile social events, and made no effort to conceal his meetings with known mobsters. This visibility was not merely vanity, though Gotti certainly enjoyed the attention. It was also strategic. By cultivating a public persona and a certain level of community support, Gotti made it more difficult for law enforcement to move against him without appearing to be persecuting a local hero. In the neighborhoods where the Gambino family operated, Gotti was often viewed as a benefactor. He sponsored local feasts and festivals, provided jobs to those in need, and intervened in community disputes. During the annual feast of San Gennaro in Little Italy, Gotti would walk through the crowds, handing out $100 bills to children and the elderly, acknowledging greetings from shopkeepers and residents with the grace of a politician. "Mr. Gotti," called out an elderly woman as he passed her storefront that afternoon. "My grandson got the job at the construction site. Thank you for putting in a word." Gotti paused, taking her hand in both of his. "It was nothing, Mrs. Rossi. Your grandson is a good kid. He deserves the opportunity." These small interactions built a protective shield of community goodwill around Gotti. To many in these neighborhoods, he was not the violent criminal depicted in the press, but a local boy who had made good and remembered where he came from. As the afternoon wore on, Gotti attended to more serious business. In a private room above a restaurant in Brooklyn, he met with representatives from the Lucchese and Colombo families. The meeting had been arranged to discuss a dispute over territory in Staten Island, where overlapping interests had led to tension between the families. "Gentlemen," Gotti began, his tone measured but authoritative, "we're here to resolve this situation before it escalates into something none of us wants." Their representatives from the other families listened respectfully. Though they were equals in the hierarchical structure of the 5 families, Gotti's personal power and influence gave his words additional weight. "The construction contracts on the North Shore will remain with the Lucchese interests," Gotti proposed. "In exchange, the waste management routes in the same area will go to the Colombos. The Gambinos will maintain our current operations without expansion." The proposal was fair, balanced, and presented with the diplomatic skill of a seasoned negotiator. After some discussion and minor adjustments, an agreement was reached. Handshakes were exchanged, and the meeting concluded on a positive note. This was another aspect of Gotti's leadership that set him apart: his ability to navigate the complex politics of the Mafia world while maintaining the respect of rival families. He understood that unnecessary conflict was bad for business and worked to promote stability within the broader organized crime landscape. As evening approached, Gotti returned to Manhattan. The Ravenite Club was already filling with associates and hangers-on, eager to be in the orbit of the powerful boss. But before joining them, Gotti had a private meeting scheduled in a nearby apartment that the family maintained for sensitive discussions. The apartment was Spartan but functional, with heavy curtains that blocked the view from outside, and a radio that was kept playing to confound any potential listening devices. It was here that Gotti met with a corrupt police officer who provided information on law enforcement activities targeting the Gambino family. "They're planning a major operation next month," the officer reported nervously. "The feds are coordinating with NYPD. They're focusing on the garment district operations." Gotti listened calmly, asking occasional questions to clarify details. Information was power in his world, and sources within law enforcement were invaluable assets. "You've done well," Gotti told the officer, handing him an envelope thick with cash. "Keep your eyes and ears open. Let me know if anything changes." After the officer left, Gotti remained in the apartment, deep in thought. The constant pressure from law enforcement was a reality of his position, a chess game that never ended. For every move they made, he had to anticipate and counter. In the dimming light of a winter evening, the Ravenite Social Club on Mulberry Street hummed with quiet energy. The scent of espresso mingled with cigar smoke, creating a fragrant haze that clung to the dark wood paneling. Men in tailored suits spoke in hushed tones, their conversations punctuated by occasional laughter. At the center of it all sat John Gotti, impeccably dressed in a hand-tailored Brioni suit, his silver hair perfectly coiffed. The Don's presence commanded attention without him uttering a single word. "The papers are calling me the Dapper Don. Now," Gotti remarked to his underboss, Salvatore Sammy the Bull Gravano, a slight smile playing at the corner of his mouth. "Better than some of the other names they could have chosen." Gravano nodded, his stocky frame leaning forward. "They're fascinated by you, John. You've given the outfit a new image. The old-timers wouldn't recognize what we've become." "The old ways had their time," Gotti replied, taking a slow sip of anisette. "But the world changes. Either we change with it, or we disappear." It was 1987, and John Gotti had transformed the once secretive Gambino crime family into a media spectacle. Where previous mob bosses had shunned publicity and operated in shadows, Gotti embraced the limelight. His flamboyant style, expensive tastes, and undeniable charisma had turned him into a celebrity of sorts, a notorious yet strangely admired figure in New York City's complex social fabric. The Ravenite had become his throne room, a place where he held court almost nightly. Aspiring gangsters, neighborhood people seeking favors, businessmen, politicians, and even the occasional celebrity would come to pay their respects. In the criminal underworld, Gotti's power was at its absolute zenith. Vincent Gigante is still walking around Greenwich Village in his bathrobe, pretending to be crazy. Joseph Joe Piney Armonet, one of Gotti's capos, commented with a dismissive wave. "Meanwhile, you're on the front page of the Post, looking like a movie star." Gotti's laugh was genuine but controlled. "Chin has his methods, I have mine. The feds are watching us both all the same." Indeed, FBI surveillance teams had become such a constant presence in Little Italy that Gotti's men had nicknamed individual agents. Some days, Gotti would wave to them or send over coffee, a psychological game that both annoyed and unsettled. "Federal authorities. Speaking of the feds," Gravano said, his voice dropping lower, "they're putting together another RICO case. Our friend in the bureau says they're pulling out all the stops this time." Gotti's expression hardened momentarily, but the confident smile quickly returned. "Let them try. We beat them before. We'll beat them again." He straightened his diamond-studded cufflinks, a gift from a grateful bookmaker whose son Gotti had helped keep out of prison. "The people are on our side now. 12 ordinary citizens saved me last time. They'll do it again." The acquittal in the 1987 federal racketeering case had only enhanced Gotti's mystique. The press dubbed him the Teflon Don, as charges seemed to slide off him like eggs from a non-stick pan. What the public didn't know, what would later come to haunt him, was that the jury had been tampered with, bought off through intermediaries to ensure Gotti walked free. As the evening deepened, Gotti's driver and bodyguard, Anthony "Tony" Roach Grampino, approached the table. "Boss, your dinner reservation is in 30 minutes. The car's out front whenever you're ready." Gotti nodded, finishing his drink. "Sammy, you and Frankie join me. There's that matter with the construction unions we need to discuss." The Gambino family's grip on construction in New York was tightening under Gotti's leadership. Through control of key unions and strategic alliances with major contractors, the family skimmed millions from building projects across the city. It was less visible than the traditional rackets of gambling, loan sharking, and extortion, but far more profitable. They stepped outside onto Mulberry Street. A light snow had begun to fall, dusting the sidewalks with a fine powder. Several onlookers, including tourists hoping for a glimpse of the famous gangster, watched as Gotti emerged. Rather than hurrying to his car, he paused, straightened his tie, and gave a slight nod to the crowd, a king acknowledging his subjects. "Mr. Gotti, Mr. Gotti," called a young Italian-American man pushing forward. "My grandfather knew Carlo Gambino. He always said you were bringing respect back to the neighborhood." Gotti smiled, extending his hand. "Your grandfather sounds like a man of good judgment. What's your name, kid?" "Anthony, sir. Anthony Russo. Good Italian name. Stay in school, Anthony. Make your family proud. Gotti slipped something into the young man's hand, $100 bill folded into a tight square, before continuing to his waiting Lincoln. This was part of Gotti's public relations genius. In working-class Italian neighborhoods, he cultivated an image as a benefactor and protector. He funded elaborate neighborhood feasts for Saints' Days, helped families facing eviction, and ensured that local businesses weren't troubled by street crime or harassment. It was a calculated strategy that paid dividends in community silence and support. Inside the luxurious Italian restaurant Il Mulino in Greenwich Village, the maitre d' immediately escorted Gotti and his associates to a private room in the back. The owner himself appeared moments later, bearing a bottle of rare Barolo. "Mr. Gotti, always an honor. This wine just arrived from Piedmont. I thought you might appreciate it." "Grazie, Eduardo. Your generosity never goes unnoticed," Gotti replied, sampling the wine with appreciation. Once they were alone, the conversation turned to business. Gravano spread out several papers on the table between courses. "The concrete club is working perfectly," he explained, referring to the cartel of contractors they controlled. "Every major project over $2 million is paying, the 2%. Between that and the unions, we cleared almost $14 million this quarter alone." Gotti nodded, satisfied. "And our friends in the Teamsters?" "Solid. The pension fund investments are flowing exactly where we want them." "Good. Now, what about our problem with the Russians in Brighton Beach?" Gravano's expression darkened. "They're expanding, John. Moving into some of our loan-sharking territory in Queens. These guys are different, ex-KGB, some of them. They don't respect the old arrangements." Gotti considered this as he cut into his veal chop. The Russian Mafia's emergence in New York presented a new challenge. Unlike the traditional Italian, Irish, or Jewish criminals the family had dealt with for decades, the Russians operated by different rules. "Arrange a meeting," Gotti finally said. "I want to look these people in the eye. Maybe we can find an understanding. If not..." He let the implication hang in the air. "I'll set it up," Gravano replied. Frank DeCicco, Gotti's loyal capo who had been instrumental in the Castellano hit, leaned forward. "John, there's something else. The Colombians are offering a direct pipeline. No middlemen. They say they can double our profits on the powder." Gotti frowned slightly. While the Gambino family had always been involved in drug trafficking to some degree, Gotti publicly maintained a stance against it. This contradiction between his public pronouncements and private business decisions was another aspect of the complex persona he had crafted. "Tell them we'll consider it, but everything goes through our people in Florida. I don't want any direct connections that could come back to us." As dinner concluded, Gotti received a message from one of the restaurant staff. He read it quickly, then burned it with his lighter. "Change of plans. We have a situation at the club in Queens. Frankie, you handle the Russians. Sammy, come with me." In his custom Lincoln, Gotti sat in contemplative silence as they drove toward Queens. The snow was falling more heavily now, creating a hushed blanket over the city. Gravano knew better than to interrupt Gotti's thoughts at such moments. Finally, Gotti spoke. "You know what my greatest accomplishment is, Sammy. It's not the money or even beating the feds. It's changing how people see us. The average citizen used to think of gangsters as thugs. Now they see me, as something else, a businessman, someone who follows a code, someone who stands against a system that's already corrupt." Gravano nodded. "You've definitely changed the image, John. Image becomes reality if you maintain it long enough," Gotti replied, gazing out at the snow-covered streets. Carlo understood that. Paul never did. At the Queen's Club, a problem with a rival gambling operation had erupted into violence. 2 Gambino associates had been beaten, and a message had been left challenging Gotti's authority in the borough. As Gotti entered the back room where his injured men were being treated, the atmosphere became charged with anticipation. "Who did this?" Gotti asked, his voice dangerously calm. Lucchese crew from Corona, replied one of the injured men, holding an ice pack to his swollen face. They said the arrangement is over, that with the heat on you, it's time for a new order. Gotti removed his overcoat and handed it carefully to an associate. Then he rolled up his monogrammed shirt sleeves with deliberate precision. Sammy, make the calls. I want a meeting with Tommy Lucchese tomorrow. Not next week, not when it's convenient. Tomorrow. His eyes narrowed. And I want the names of every man involved in this. Every single one. The swift and decisive response to this challenge was characteristic of Gotti's leadership style. Where Castellano might have negotiated or sought compromise, Gotti understood the currency of respect in their world. Any slight or challenge had to be met with overwhelming force, or his carefully constructed image of invincibility would crack. By morning, the message had spread throughout the 5 families. Crossing John Gotti would carry severe consequences. 3 of the men responsible for the Queen's incident disappeared that night. Their bodies would never be found. The meeting with the Lucchese representatives the following day was brief and one-sided. Gotti, flanked by Gravano and several armed associates, laid out new terms that significantly favored the Gambino interests. The alternative to acceptance went unstated, but was clearly understood. This pattern repeated itself across Gotti's empire. His combination of charisma, strategic thinking, and willingness to use violence when necessary made him perhaps the most effective mob boss of his generation. Under his leadership, the Gambino family expanded into new territories and businesses, from stock market manipulation to international arms dealing. Yet even at the height of his power, storm clouds were gathering. Gotti's high profile had made him the FBI's most wanted target. Resources that might have been spread across multiple investigations were now concentrated solely on bringing down the Dapper Don. In late 1988, at his annual Christmas party at the Ravenite, Gotti was in expansive mood. The club had been transformed. With elegant decorations and expensive gifts were distributed to associates and friends. A famous singer, whose career Gotti had helped resurrect through his connections with radio stations and venues, performed Italian classics for the gathered crowd. As champagne flowed and the celebration reached its peak, Gotti took Gravano aside. Next year will be even bigger, Sammy. We're moving into Atlantic City in a major way. I've got judges, police captains, even a congressman in my pocket now. We're untouchable. Gravano, always more cautious than his flamboyant boss, nodded without sharing Gotti's enthusiasm. He had begun to harbor concerns about the sustainability of Gotti's high-visibility approach. John, maybe we should consider keeping a lower profile for a while. My sources say the FBI has new surveillance technology, things we can't detect or block. Gotti waved away the concern. Let them listen. Let them watch. What are they going? To hear that 12 jurors will believe. We've beaten them at their own game, Sammy. The people love an underdog, and somehow, even with all our power, that's how they see us, as underdogs fighting against the government machine. It was this unshakable confidence, some would later call it hubris, that defined Gotti's peak years. He truly believed he had created an impenetrable system, one that could withstand any federal assault through a combination of jury tampering, witness intimidation, and public support. What Gotti couldn't know was that among his inner circle, the foundations of loyalty were beginning to crack. The very surveillance Gravano had warned about was indeed in place, capturing conversations that would prove devastating, and Gravano, himself, the trusted underboss, was quietly assessing his options as federal pressure intensified. As 1989 dawned, John Gotti stood at the absolute apex of his power and influence. The Gambino crime family had never been more profitable or extensive in its reach. Gotti himself had transcended the role of mere crime boss to become a cultural figure, feared by enemies, respected by peers, and oddly admired by a significant segment of the public. In his palatial home in Howard Beach, Queens, Gotti spent Christmas morning with his family. His wife Victoria, their children and grandchildren opened gifts beneath a towering Christmas tree, adorned with ornaments from Tiffany. For a few hours he was not the Dapper Don or the Teflon Don, but simply a family man enjoying a holiday. Yet, even in these quiet domestic moments, John Gotti remained what he had fashioned himself to be, a man apart, a modern American gangster who had rewritten the rules of his dark profession. What he couldn't see was how quickly the page was about to turn, how the very fame he had cultivated would accelerate his downfall, and how the empire he had built through cunning and bloodshed would soon begin its inevitable collapse. As the snow continued to fall outside, blanketing Queens in pristine white, Gotti raised a glass in a toast to his family. "To another year," he said with his characteristic confidence. "May it be even better than the last." The wish, like so many in the life he had chosen, would go unfulfilled. The shadows lengthened across the streets of Little Italy as the 1980s drew to a close. John Gotti, the Dapper Don, still moved through his kingdom with the confidence of a man who believed himself untouchable. His tailored suits, his carefully coiffed hair, his entourage of loyal soldiers, all had become iconic, symbols of his reign. Yet beneath the gleaming veneer of invincibility, the first hairline cracks were beginning to form in the foundation of his criminal empire. On a crisp December evening in 1990, Gotti sat in the Ravenite Social Club, his sanctuary on Mulberry Street. The room was filled with the familiar scent of cigar smoke and cologne, the sounds of quiet conversation and occasional laughter. Sammy the Bull Gravano sat across from him, his face betraying nothing of the momentous decision he had already made. "Everything good with that construction deal in Brooklyn?" Gotti asked, sipping his espresso. Gravano nodded. "All taken care of, John. The union's on board, and we'll see our cut by the end of the month." "Good, good," Gotti replied, his eyes scanning the room, ever vigilant despite his apparent ease. "And that other matter?" "Handled," Gravano said simply. What Gotti couldn't know was that his trusted underboss had already begun speaking with the FBI. The loyal executioner who had carried out murders at Gotti's command was about to deliver the most devastating betrayal in the history of organized crime. Outside, FBI agents maintained their constant surveillance. For years, they had pursued Gotti, only to watch him slip away time and again, earning him another nickname, the Teflon Don. But their persistence was about to pay off in ways even they couldn't have anticipated. Agent Bruce Moe, who had dedicated years of his career to bringing down Gotti, sat in an unmarked vehicle nearby, listening through surveillance equipment. "We've got him this time," he murmured to his partner. "This time he won't walk." The federal government had been building a case against Gotti with painstaking care. They had planted bugs in the Ravenite, capturing conversations that would prove devastating. But it was Gravano's decision to become a government witness that would ultimately seal Gotti's fate. In the quiet of his home in Howard Beach, Queens, Gotti's wife Victoria maintained the sanctuary he returned to each night. Their relationship had endured decades of strain, his absences, his affairs, the dangers of his chosen path. Yet she remained steadfast, protecting their 5 children from the harsher realities of their father's world. "You seem troubled," Victoria observed one evening, as Gotti loosened his tie, his face more drawn than usual. "It's nothing," he replied, though his eyes told a different story. Just business. Victoria knew better than to press. After years of marriage to the most powerful mob boss in America, she had learned when to speak and when to remain silent. Instead, she simply poured him a drink and sat beside him, a quiet presence in the gathering storm. The federal noose was tightening. On December 11, 1990, as Gotti arrived at the Ravenite, a team of FBI agents moved in. The moment was surprisingly anticlimactic. No gunfire, no dramatic chase. Just a man in an expensive suit being led away in handcuffs, his face a mask of controlled fury. "John Gotti," announced the lead agent. "You're under arrest for racketeering, murder, conspiracy to commit murder, loan sharking, illegal gambling, obstruction of justice, and tax evasion." Gotti maintained his composure, his eyes cold as winter. "Call my lawyer," was all he said. News of Gotti's arrest spread through the city like wildfire. For many New Yorkers, it seemed impossible. The untouchable Don finally in custody. In the neighborhoods where Gotti had ruled, there was a mixture of disbelief, concern, and, in some quarters, a sense that the inevitable had finally arrived. In the Metropolitan Correctional Center, Gotti found himself in unfamiliar territory, confined, controlled, his every movement dictated by others. For a man who had lived by imposing his will, this reversal was perhaps the cruelest punishment. His attorney, Bruce Cutler, visited him regularly, projecting confidence despite the gravity of the charges. "We've beaten them before, John. We'll beat them again." Gotti nodded, but something had changed. The certainty that had characterized his reign was giving way to a creeping doubt. "What about Sammy?" he asked. "Have you heard anything?" Cutler's hesitation told Gotti everything he needed to know. "There are rumors," the lawyer admitted. "Nothing confirmed. Those rumors would soon crystallize into devastating reality. Sammy Gravano, the man who knew all of Gotti's secrets, who had participated in and witnessed countless crimes, had decided to break omerta, the code of silence, in exchange for leniency. When Gotti received confirmation of Gravano's betrayal, those who were present described a transformation. The controlled, calculating boss momentarily gave way to raw fury. "That rat bastard," he spat. "After everything I did for him." In the Gambino family, the news created shockwaves. Gravano had been respected and feared, a killer with 19 acknowledged murders to his name. If he could turn, anyone could. The sense of brotherhood that had bound the organization began to fray as suspicion took root. In the quiet of his cell, Gotti contemplated the irony. He had risen to power through betrayal, orchestrating the murder of his predecessor, Paul Castellano. Now, betrayal would be his undoing. The symmetry would not have been lost on a man with Gotti's intelligence and sense of destiny. As 1991 progressed, the government built its case methodically. Gravano's testimony would be the centerpiece, but the FBI also had hours of damning, recordings from their bugs in the Ravenite. On these tapes, Gotti could be heard discussing murders, rackets, and the inner workings of the Gambino family with a frankness that belied his usual caution. In one particularly damaging recording, Gotti discussed the murder of Paul Castellano. "I was there from the beginning. I set the whole thing up." When the trial began in February 1992, the courtroom became theater. Gotti, ever the performer, arrived each day impeccably dressed, smiling for the cameras, projecting confidence. The media circus played into his self-image as a celebrity gangster, a man apart from ordinary criminals. But inside the courtroom, the prosecution methodically dismantled the mythology of John Gotti. Gravano's testimony was devastating, detailed, specific, and delivered with the cold precision of a man who had once killed without remorse and now spoke without hesitation. "John ordered the hit on Paul Castellano," Gravano testified. "He wanted to take over the family, and he knew Paul would. Never a step aside." As Gravano spoke, Gotti stared at him with undisguised hatred. The betrayal cut deeper than any legal consequence. It was personal, a violation of the principles by which Gotti had lived his life, even as he had violated them himself. The prosecution presented the jury with a wealth of evidence, not just Gravano's testimony, but the FBI recordings, financial records showing unexplained income, and the testimony of other cooperating witnesses. The picture that emerged was of a criminal organization run with ruthless efficiency, by a man who tolerated no dissent and who ordered killings as casually as others might order lunch. Gotti's defense team fought back, attempting to discredit Gravano as a killer seeking to save his own skin, questioning the legality of the FBI's surveillance, and portraying Gotti as a legitimate businessman targeted by an overzealous government. But the evidence was overwhelming. As the trial progressed, Victoria Gotti attended faithfully, sitting behind her husband, her face a study in dignified composure. Their children, particularly their son John Jr., who had followed his father into the life, also attended, presenting a united family front against the government's assault. "How are you holding up?" Gotti asked Victoria during a brief moment they were allowed to speak. "I'm fine," she replied, her voice steady. "The children are fine. We're all waiting for you to come home." Gotti nodded, but they both knew the likelihood of that outcome was diminishing with each day of testimony. In the Little Italy neighborhood that had been Gotti's domain, the mood was somber. The Ravenite social club stood empty, its door padlocked, a visible symbol of the end of an era. The regular patrons who had gathered there to pay homage to the boss now scattered, wary of association with a falling star. Frank Costello, Gotti's loyal underboss who had been arrested alongside him, maintained his allegiance even as the evidence mounted. "I am guilty of being John Gotti's friend," he would later declare in court, a statement of loyalty that would earn him a life sentence. As the trial neared its conclusion, Gotti maintained his public bravado. "We're going to win this thing," he told reporters as he entered the courthouse one morning. "The government's case is all lies," but privately, those close to him described a man preparing for the worst. He gave instructions for the running of family matters, both legitimate and otherwise. He counseled his son on how to navigate the treacherous waters of a criminal organization in disarray. "Trust no one completely," he advised John Jr. during a supervised visit. "Not even those who claim to be your closest friends." It was advice born of bitter experience, delivered too late to save his own freedom, but perhaps in time to protect his son from a similar fate. On April 2, 1992, after only 14 hours of deliberation, the jury returned with their verdict. The courtroom fell silent as Gotti rose, his expression revealing nothing of the turmoil within. On the count of racketeering, how do you find the defendant, John Gotti? Guilty. On the count of racketeering conspiracy? Guilty. On the count of murder in the aid of racketeering regarding the death of Paul Castellano? Guilty. And so it continued, a litany of guilt that dismantled charge by charge the myth of the Teflon Don. Gotti received the verdict without visible reaction, his face a mask of controlled rage and dawning realization. The Teflon had finally worn off. On June 23, 1992, Judge I. Leo Glasser sentenced John Gotti to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Given the opportunity to speak before sentencing, Gotti maintained his defiance. "I never ran from nothing in my life, and I'm not running now," he declared. "If there's a hell, then I'll see you all there." As he was led from the courtroom, Gotti turned to look at his family one last time. Victoria, stoic as ever, met his gaze steadily. His children ranged from tearful to defiant. It was the end of a chapter, not just for John Gotti, but for the mythology of the American Mafia that he had come to embody. The man who had once ruled New York's underworld with an iron fist and a tailored sleeve was now headed for the most restrictive prison in the federal system, the United States Penitentiary at Marion, Illinois, where he would spend 23 hours a day in solitary confinement. In the aftermath of Gotti's conviction, the Gambino family fell into disarray. Various captains vied for control, while federal authorities, emboldened by their success against Gotti, intensified their efforts against the remaining structure of the organization. John Gotti Jr. attempted to step into his father's shoes, but he lacked his father's charisma and ruthlessness. Moreover, he faced a changing landscape, one where traditional organized crime was increasingly marginalized by international cartels, street gangs, and cybercriminals. From his prison cell, Gotti attempted to maintain control through messages carried by visitors, but his influence inevitably waned. The world was changing rapidly, and the era of the celebrity gangster that he had personified was coming to a close. In the quiet hours of his confinement, Gotti had time to reflect on the arc of his life, from the poverty of his childhood to the heights of criminal power, and now to the depths of imprisonment. Whether he experienced regret, those closest to him couldn't say. John Gotti had always been a man who kept his deepest thoughts hidden, even from those who believed they knew him best. The fall of John Gotti marked more than just the end of one man's criminal career. It represented the twilight of a particular vision of organized crime in America, flamboyant, hierarchical, and ultimately vulnerable to its own excesses and the patient pursuit of justice. The shadows that had once concealed such men were receding, leaving them exposed to the harsh light of modern law enforcement and a society increasingly intolerant of the romanticized gangster. As the iron doors of Marion closed behind him, John Gotti, once the most powerful criminal in America, found himself reduced to just another inmate, number 18261-053, his kingdom reduced to a cell, his power to memory, his legacy to cautionary tale. The sterile fluorescent lights of the United States Medical Center for federal prisoners in Springfield, Missouri, cast harsh shadows across the small cell where John Gotti spent his final days. Gone was the immaculate suit, the perfect coif, the commanding presence that once dominated New York's underworld. In his place lay a diminished figure, his once robust frame now gaunt and frail, ravaged by the cancer that had been slowly consuming him from within. The year was 2002, and the man once known as the Dapper Don and the Teflon Don faced his most formidable opponent yet. Not a rival gangster or federal prosecutor, but throat cancer that had spread relentlessly throughout his body. The disease showed no respect for his former status, no fear of his once terrifying reputation. It advanced with cold indifference to the man who had ruled the Gambino crime family with an iron fist. In the quiet moments of the night, when the prison fell silent, save for the occasional cough or distant sound of a security door closing, Gotti often found himself alone with his thoughts. The man who had lived his life surrounded by associates, family, and the constant buzz of activity now faced the ultimate solitude. His mind would drift to Ozone Park, to the Ravenite Social Club, to the courtrooms where he had smiled defiantly at prosecutors, to the family dinners where his children gathered around him in reverence and fear. Peter Gotti, John's brother, had taken over the remnants of the Gambino family operations, but the organization was a shadow of its former self. The glory days had passed, and the empire John had built through cunning and brutality was crumbling in his absence. The thought brought no comfort to the dying Don. "Mr. Gotti, it's time for your medication," a prison nurse said, interrupting his reverie one spring morning. Her voice was professional but not unkind. Over the years, even the prison staff had developed a complex relationship with their infamous inmate. Some were intimidated by his reputation, others fascinated, and a few even sympathetic to the suffering man before them. Gotti nodded weakly, accepting the paper cup of pills without his former defiance. The cancer treatments had robbed him of his voice, a particularly cruel fate for a man who had commanded rooms with his charismatic presence and sharp tongue. The infamous Gotti wit and verbal jabs were now largely confined to his own thoughts, occasionally communicated through painfully scrawled notes. His daughter Victoria had been his most faithful visitor, making the journey to Missouri whenever permitted. She had become his voice to the outside world, fiercely defending her father's legacy even as his life ebbed away. During her last visit, she had sat beside his bed, holding his hand, her eyes reflecting both the stubborn family pride and the inevitable grief that was approaching. "Dad Jr. called yesterday," she had told him, referring to John Gotti Jr., who had followed his father into the family business only to eventually attempt to extract himself from it. "He sends his love. Says the kids are asking about their grandfather." A flicker of emotion had crossed Gotti's face then, a rare crack in the stoic facade he maintained, even in his weakened state. Family had always been sacred to him, a contradiction that many found difficult to reconcile with his brutal business methods. He had compartmentalized his life, the loving father and the ruthless crime boss existing in separate but parallel universes. As the spring of 2002 advanced, Gotti's condition deteriorated rapidly. The cancer that had begun in his throat had metastasized to his head, neck, and eventually his body. The treatments that had once offered some hope now merely prolonged his suffering. The prison medical staff increased his pain medication, and the man who had once strutted through the streets of New York like royalty now drifted in and out of consciousness. Louis Casman, who had once been so close to Gotti that he was referred to as his adopted son, managed to visit him during these final days. Their relationship had been complicated, a mix of mentorship, business, and something approaching genuine affection. Casman would later describe these visits with emotional difficulty. He was still John, Casman told reporters afterward. Even at the end, lying there barely able to move, you could still feel his presence. His eyes would follow you around the room. He was still taking everything in. On June 10, 2002, as a summer storm gathered over the Missouri plains, the prison medical staff noted a significant decline in Gotti's condition. His breathing had become labored, and his vital signs were weakening. The prison warden was notified, and calls were made to inform family members of the imminent situation. In New York, the Gotti family began making preparations. Victoria and her brothers received the calls with the stoic dignity that had been instilled in them from childhood. The family that had weathered so many storms, arrests, trials, imprisonments, and betrayals, now faced the inevitable loss of its patriarch. That evening, as rain lashed against the windows of the prison hospital wing, John Gotti's breaths grew more shallow and irregular. A prison doctor checked his vitals, made notes in his chart, and discreetly informed the guard stationed outside the room that the end was likely near. In his semi-conscious state, Gotti's mind drifted through the tableau of his life. The streets of East New York, where he had grown up poor but defiant. The early robberies and hijackings that had marked him as a rising star in the criminal underworld. The day he was made a member of the Gambino family. The bloody ascension to power. The betrayal by Sammy the Bull Gravano, and finally the courtroom where Judge Glasser had sentenced him to life without parole. Had it been worth it? The power, the money, the respect, the fear he had inspired, all of it now reduced to this antiseptic room, this hospital bed, this failing body. Such philosophical questions had rarely troubled Gotti during his reign. He had lived by a code that valued strength, loyalty, and dominance above all else. Regret was not part of his vocabulary. At 7:12 p.m. on June 10, 2002, John Joseph Gotti, once the most powerful and flamboyant crime boss in America, drew his final breath. He was 61 years old. The official cause of death was complications from head and neck cancer. The prison doctor recorded the time, closed Gotti's unseeing eyes, and pulled a sheet over his face, a final curtain on one of organized crime's most dramatic performers. The news of Gotti's death spread quickly through the prison system and beyond. In New York, reporters gathered outside the Bergin Hunt and Fish Club in Ozone Park and the Ravenite Social Club in Little Italy, the places where Gotti had held court in his glory days. Old-timers in the neighborhood crossed themselves and murmured brief prayers, while curious onlookers tried to catch a glimpse of history. The federal authorities who had pursued Gotti for decades received the news with professional detachment. For them, Gotti had represented both a significant victory. They had finally put away the Teflon Don after 3 high-profile acquittals, and a cautionary tale about the celebrity culture that had grown around organized crime figures. James Fox, the former head of the FBI's New York office, who had overseen much of the investigation into Gotti, offered a measured response to reporters. John Gotti was a violent criminal who brought pain and suffering to countless people. His death marks the end of an era, but not the end of our efforts to combat organized crime. Bruce Cutler, the flamboyant attorney who had represented Gotti during his most successful legal battles, was more emotional. John was a friend, he told a television reporter, his voice thick with emotion. He was a man of his word, a man of honor in his own way. They didn't just imprison him, they buried him alive in that place. At least now he's free. In the days following Gotti's death, The logistics of returning his body to New York became a complex negotiation between federal authorities and the Gotti family. There were concerns about the funeral becoming a public spectacle or a gathering of criminal figures. Eventually, an agreement was reached, and Gotti's body was flown back to his home city. The funeral was held on June 15, 2002, at the Papavero Funeral Home in Queens, followed by a burial at St. John's Cemetery in Middle Village, the same cemetery where Carlo Gambino and many other notable mafiosi had been laid to rest. Despite the scorching summer heat, hundreds of mourners gathered, a mix of family, friends, curious onlookers, and undoubtedly associates from his criminal past. Victoria. Gotti, elegant in black, maintained the family's dignity throughout the service. John Gotti Jr., who had been trying to distance himself from his father's world, stood stoically beside his mother, Victoria Di Giorgio Gotti, whose relationship with her husband had weathered decades of turmoil, imprisonment, and now, final separation. Ticao's funeral procession wound through the streets of Queens, past neighborhoods where Gotti had risen from obscurity to become the most recognizable face of American organized crime. Residents stood on sidewalks, some out of respect, others out of curiosity, to witness the final journey of the Dapper Don. At the graveside, as the priest intoned the final prayers, a summer breeze rustled through the cemetery's ancient trees. The casket, expensive, ornate, befitting Gotti's taste for luxury, was lowered into the ground. Family members stepped forward to toss roses onto the polished wood. Victoria Di Giorgio collapsed in grief and had to be supported by her children. For all the complexity of their relationship, she had loved John Gotti for over 40 years. As the mourners dispersed, federal agents discreetly photographed those in attendance from unmarked vehicles parked at a respectful distance. Even in death, John Gotti remained a person of interest to law enforcement, his associates potential targets for ongoing investigations. In the weeks and months that followed, the mythology around Gotti only grew. Books were published, documentaries produced, and Hollywood began developing film projects about his life. The man who had courted media attention in life became even more fascinating in death, a symbol of a vanishing era in American organized crime. For the Gambino crime family, Gotti's death accelerated changes that had been underway since his imprisonment. The flamboyant style he had embraced gave way to a more low-key approach under subsequent leadership. The days of a mob boss appearing on the front page of tabloids, dressed in $2,000 suits and holding court outside social clubs, had ended with John Gotti. In the quiet corners of Little Italy and other traditional Italian-American neighborhoods, old-timers sometimes spoke of Gotti in hushed, respectful tones. To them, regardless of his crimes, he represented something authentic that was disappearing from New York. A connection to an older social order where neighborhood figures commanded respect and loyalty. He never forgot where he came from. One elderly man told a documentary filmmaker a year after Gotti's death, "He'd walk these streets, shake hands, give money to kids. Christmas time, he made sure nobody went without. That meant something around here." But for the families of Gotti's victims, Paul Castellano, Thomas Bilotti, Robert DiBernardo, and others who had died on his orders, his death brought no closure, only a grim reminder of lives cut short by violence. The romantic mythology that had grown around Gotti obscured the brutal reality of his reign and the trail of blood that had marked his path to power. Perhaps the most telling epitaph came from an anonymous FBI agent who had spent years on the Gotti case. Speaking to a reporter after the funeral, he offered a simple assessment. John Gotti wanted to be remembered to make his mark. In that, he succeeded. But he also wanted to die a free man, surrounded by family and friends in some mansion on Long Island. Instead, he died alone in a prison hospital, with guards outside his door. That's the real story of John Gotti. Not the suits, not the headlines, not the nickname. Just a man who reached for too much and lost everything. As the summer of 2002 faded into autumn, the grave at St. John's Cemetery settled. The fresh flowers brought by family members were replaced regularly, a testament to the enduring bonds of family that had meant so much to Gotti. A simple headstone marked the final resting place of John Joseph Gotti, a man whose life had embodied the contradictions of the American underworld: ambition and destruction, loyalty and betrayal, spectacular rise and devastating fall. In the end, cancer had accomplished what bullets, rivals, and federal prosecutors had failed to do for decades. It had silenced the voice and stilled the hand of the man who had once ruled New York's underworld with unquestioned authority. The final chapter of the Gotti saga had been written, but the legend, complex, controversial, and indelibly etched in the history of organized crime, would endure. As the news of John Gotti's death spread throughout the country in June 2002, a peculiar silence fell over the streets of New York. The man who had dominated headlines for decades, whose name had become synonymous with the modern American gangster, was gone. In the gentle twilight hours following his passing, the city seemed to exhale collectively, as if releasing a breath held for too long. In the Little Italy cafes where Gotti once held court, old men sipped espresso and spoke in hushed tones. Some crossed themselves, others raised glasses in silent tribute. The Dapper Don, the Teflon Don, was now simply a memory, albeit one that would linger in the American consciousness far longer than most. He was the last of his kind, whispered an elderly patron at Umberto's Clam House, where mob hits and marinara sauce had equal billing in local law. For better or worse, they don't make them like John anymore. The legacy of John Gotti exists, in layers like the fine Italian suits he favored, complex, carefully constructed, and ultimately designed to present a specific image to the world. To understand his impact is to understand how a butcher's son from the Bronx transformed himself into an American cultural icon whose influence extended far beyond the boundaries of organized crime. In the neighborhoods where Gotti once ruled, his presence lingered like a ghost. The Bergen Hunt and Fish Club in Queens, once the nerve center of his operations, stood as a silent monument to a bygone era. Local residents would point it out to visitors, their voices dropping to reverent whispers as they recounted tales of the man who once commanded such fear and respect. "My father knew him," a middle-aged man told his wide-eyed son as they walked past the club one autumn evening. "Said he was always polite, always remembered your name, would give money to families when they couldn't pay rent but cross him." The man made a slashing motion across his throat, leaving the consequences unspoken. This duality, the benevolent neighborhood protector and the ruthless killer, formed the core of Gotti's legacy. He represented the complex relationship Americans have always had with outlaws, dating back to the days of Jesse James and Butch Cassidy. We condemn their methods while secretly admiring their defiance, their refusal to bend to society's rules. In the wake of his death, criminologists and law enforcement officials began the process of assessing Gotti's true impact on organized crime. FBI agent Joseph Pistone, who had famously infiltrated the Bonanno crime family under the alias Donnie Brasco, offered his perspective in a television interview. Gotti broke the cardinal rule of La Cosa Nostra. He sought publicity. The old-timers, guys like Carlo Gambino, they operated in shadows. Gotti wanted the spotlight, and ultimately that's what brought him down. But in doing so, he changed the face of the American Mafia forever. Indeed, Gotti's flamboyance represented a dramatic departure from the traditional model of the low-profile mafioso. Former New York City Police Commissioner William Bratton noted, prior to Gotti, organized crime figures tried to maintain a low profile. He turned that concept on its head, becoming a celebrity gangster. It was effective for a time, but eventually the spotlight he so craved exposed him to the full scrutiny of law enforcement. The celebrity gangster model pioneered by Gotti had profound implications for the future of organized crime. His high visibility made it increasingly difficult for the Mafia to operate in secrecy. As one retired FBI agent put it, after Gotti, We knew where to look. The days of wondering who was running things were over. Yet Gotti's influence extended far beyond the world of organized crime. He permeated popular culture in ways few criminals before him had managed. In the years following his imprisonment, his story became the subject of numerous books, documentaries, and feature films. Actors from Anthony John Dennison to Armand Assante to John Travolta portrayed him on screen, each attempting to capture the charisma and menace that made Gotti such a compelling figure. Television producer David Chase, creator of The Sopranos, acknowledged Gotti's influence on his groundbreaking series. The modern mafioso, concerned with his public image, dealing with family issues, navigating the new world while clinging to old values, that's partially inspired by figures like Gotti. He brought the mob into the modern era for better or worse. In music too, Gotti's shadow loomed large. Hip-hop artists from Jay-Z to 50 Cent referenced him in lyrics, admiring his power and style, if not his specific criminal activities. His name became shorthand for a certain kind of unapologetic ambition and ruthless determination. In some communities, Gotti represented a twisted version of the American dream, explained sociologist Dr. Elena Vargas. He came from nothing, faced discrimination as an Italian-American, and fought his way to wealth and power. The methods were criminal, but the narrative arc resonated with people who felt the legitimate paths to success were closed to them. This romanticization troubled those who had witnessed the real consequences of Gotti's reign. Families of his victims protested when a wax figure of him was installed in a Las Vegas museum. Former prosecutor John Gleason, who helped secure Gotti's conviction, wrote in his memoirs, "There was nothing glamorous about Gotti. He ordered the murders of human beings, destroyed communities with drugs and extortion, and corrupted legitimate businesses." The Hollywood version bears little resemblance to reality. Yet even Gleason acknowledged Gotti's intelligence and strategic thinking. He was no common thug, Gleason wrote. He understood power and how to wield it. In another life, with different opportunities, he might have been a CEO or a politician. The legal legacy of John Gotti proved equally significant. His trials, particularly the successful prosecution that finally ended his freedom, established important precedents in the use of RICO statutes and witness protection programs. Prosecutors around the country studied the Gotti case as a blueprint for dismantling criminal organizations. Before Gotti, there was a sense that certain figures were untouchable, explained former federal prosecutor Leslie Caldwell. His conviction sent a powerful message that no one is above the law. The techniques refined during his prosecution have been used in countless cases since. The witness protection program, already in existence before Gotti, gained new prominence and funding after his case demonstrated its effectiveness. Sammy the Bull Gravano's testimony showed that even the most loyal lieutenants could be turned if offered the right incentives and protections. "The Gotti case changed how we approach organized crime investigations," said one current FBI official who requested anonymity. "It showed the value of patience, of building comprehensive cases rather than settling for minor charges. And it highlighted the importance of flipping insiders." For the Gambino crime family, Gotti's legacy was more complicated. His leadership, while initially energizing, ultimately weakened the organization severely. His brother Peter attempted to maintain control while John was imprisoned, but lacked his brother's charisma and strategic vision. The family never regained its former power and stature. "John was the best and worst thing that happened to the Gambinos," said a former NYPD organized crime detective. "He brought them visibility and respect, but that same visibility made them targets, and his management style, eliminating anyone who questioned him, meant they lost a lot of experienced people who might have helped them adapt to changing times." As the years passed after Gotti's death, the mafia he had once embodied continued to evolve. Traditional organized crime families faced competition from international criminal organizations, street gangs, and cyber criminals. The old codes and structures that had defined La Cosa Nostra for generations gradually eroded. The Mafia didn't die with Gotti, but it changed fundamentally, explained crime historian Dr. Thomas Repetto. The days of the all-powerful Don controlling vast criminal empires from a social club in Little Italy are largely gone. Today's organized crime is more diffuse, more international, less ritualistic. For Gotti's own family, his legacy brought both pain and opportunity. His son, John A. Gotti, known as Jr., followed his father into the family business, but eventually claimed to have renounced that life after serving prison time of his own. He later authored a memoir titled Shadow of My Father, attempting to reckon with his complicated inheritance. "My father's name opens doors and closes them," Jr. said in a rare interview. "People have preconceptions about who you are, what you stand for. It's a blessing and a curse." Gotti's daughter Victoria found a different path, becoming a successful author and reality television personality. Her memoir, Family of Mine, 4 Generations of the Gotti Women, offered an intimate perspective on growing up in the shadow of her infamous father. "He was just dad to us," she wrote, "the man who came home for dinner, who taught us to ride bikes, who checked our homework. We knew he was different from other fathers, but children accept the world they're born into as normal." On the anniversary of Gotti's death each year, flowers would appear at his grave in St. John's Cemetery in Queens. Some were left by family members, others by admirers, who never knew him personally but felt connected to the myth he had become. The cemetery, which also houses the remains of other notorious figures including Lucky Luciano, had become something of a macabre tourist attraction. A groundskeeper at the cemetery once remarked, "It's strange. Some of these guys did terrible things, but people treat their graves like shrines. With Gotti especially. They leave cigars, sometimes pour a little anisette on the ground, like he was royalty." In the end, perhaps John Gotti's most enduring legacy was the way he transformed the American gangster from a shadowy figure to be feared into a celebrity to be fascinated by. He understood, before many legitimate business leaders did, the power of personal branding. His custom-made suits, his confident swagger, his quotable one-liners, all were carefully crafted to project an image of the gangster as a kind of alternative businessman, operating by different rules but worthy of a certain respect. Gotti was a transitional figure, noted cultural historian Dr. Robert Thompson. He bridged the gap between the old-school gangsters of the Prohibition era and the celebrity criminals of the social media age. He intuited that visibility could be a form of protection, that becoming famous might make him seem untouchable. For a time he was right. His acquittals made him seem invincible. His public persona made him seem legitimate. But ultimately, the same fame that protected him also exposed him. The same flamboyance that won him admirers made him enemies within his own organization. The same confidence that led him to power led him to underestimate the determination of those who sought to bring him down. As the night deepens and our story draws to a close, we might imagine John Gotti as he was in his final days. A man once feared throughout New York, now confined to a small cell, his body ravaged by cancer. But his mind still sharp, still calculating. Did he regret the choices that led him there? Did he consider the lives he had taken, the families he had destroyed, the empire he had built and lost? We cannot know. Like all men, Gotti carried his truest thoughts to the grave. What remains is the legend, part truth, part fabrication, wholly American in its contradictions. A story of ambition and ruthlessness, of loyalty and betrayal, of a man who sought to live by his own rules in a society that ultimately demanded his submission. In the quiet neighborhoods of Queens where Gotti once walked as a young man full of anger and ambition, his ghost still lingers. The world he knew has largely vanished, the social clubs replaced by chain stores, the old ethnic enclaves transformed by waves of new immigrants, the codes of honor he claimed to live by increasingly viewed as relics of a bygone era. Yet something of John Gotti remains in our collective consciousness, a reminder of our fascination with those who defy convention, who take what they want without apology, who live and die by their own rules. For better or worse, the Dapper Don earned his place in American mythology, a cautionary tale and dark fantasy rolled into one immaculately dressed package. And so we leave him there, in the shadows of history, a man who wanted to be remembered and got his wish.